Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pickleballers from all around the world. We are at the PPA Tour Australia, Moreton Bay, Queensland, powered by JOOLA. My name is Jeanette Ward, and we have 3 days of epic pickleball here in Redcliffe Focus Tennis and Pickleball Centre here in Redcliffe, Queensland. Event number 2 on the PPA calendar, with event number 1 being in Sydney last month. Number 2, it is Singles Day. We are excited. We will be having championship court all day here on the YouTube channel, so make sure that you stay with us. With me for quite a few matches today, Dan how do you say it? Kuznetsov. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you for having me. Super excited for an action-packed Singles Day here.
Absolutely. Now, Dan, you are a pickleball coach. You own a pickleball facility in Victoria. Congratulations on your new facility.
We are kicking off next Saturday on the 18th, a hard launch for the public. So it's hands on deck at the moment there. So managing that as well as the PPA tour here in Moreton Bay.
Yeah, fantastic. And you are head coach down at Raya, is that correct?
That's it,
yeah.
Raya. So having worked at multiple facilities in Melbourne, I'll be now exclusive at Raya in Cheltenham and Melbourne.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And is this your first time playing up here in Moreton Bay, or have you been up here before?
No, I've actually been here a few times. I believe this would be my 4th time here in Moreton Bay. Okay,
it's fantastic facilities, isn't it?
It is. I've experienced all sorts of weather here. We've had rain, we've had wind, and today, what a day, what a weekend we've got lined up with this beautiful weather, 30 degrees. I'm coming from mid to low teens in Melbourne.
Oh, so wow.
I'm lathered up in that sunshine.
So traditionally, Dan, Redcliffe is really, really windy. Okay, so we have lovely, just a slight breeze today. So this is a bit of a treat for all the players. But I believe the temperature is reaching about 30 degrees Celsius, which, for those listening overseas, that is quite warm because we have high humidity here in Queensland as well.
Yes, and it's especially on a singles day like today, it's going to probably even out the stakes a lot with the heat. The balls are going to be getting a little bit softer, meaning big shots aren't going to sting as much. With the breeze picking up the ball a little bit more, so the ball's just going to float a tad longer, giving other players a little bit of opportunity to come back. So everything's on line here.
Okay, now singles format for this PPA. It is a double elimination draw, with the losers of the semi will play for bronze. It is complete singles day, and the winner will be crowned later on this afternoon. Matches will be best two of 3 games to 11, win by 2. And we'll be playing by the PPA Pro rules. Now, we do have some changes in the rules this year. You were telling me about that earlier. Would you like to share with the audience at home?
Yeah, of course. So obviously we're now a global PPA alliance, so we're incorporating a lot of the US PPA rules as well. And I believe Asia's doing the same thing. So a few different changes. So starting with the serve, no drop serves, so you have to hit the serve as a volley serve. You can have coaching allowed between points.
That's really interesting.
Indeed. However, you have to allocate your coach prior to the match. You can't change your coach.
Okay.
All right, good game.
So the referee's needs to be made known of that coach.
Okay, so closest to the camera, we have round 16 men's singles. Closest to the camera, we have Sydney Sider, made the journey up. Daiki, how do you say that? Tanaki?
Tanaki, yes.
Yeah.
Daiki Tanaki.
Daiki Tanaki, there you go. And he's playing against the young gun, Lockie Donnelly from the Gold Coast, a part of the Apex crew.
Side out.
Yes. So big academy at KDV in Gold Coast. I know they're all working together.
0-0.
Under the head coach of Benny Costin.
Side out.
He's done these players have really improved recently in these last, say, 3 to 6 months. So whatever he's teaching them, he's got a bit of magic. And that's coming from me as a coach down in Melbourne. I need to learn a few tips from Costin. Benny Costin.
Well, I've noticed Danny Townsend, she's under the Benny Costin Apex watch as well, and her singles game has really come about over the past 6 months as well. So you're spot on the money there, Dan. Whatever they're doing down there, take my hat off to the Apex crew.
Indeed, and he's obviously got Harry Brown under his wing as well, arguably the best singles player in Australia right now at this current moment.
Some nice court coverage there and avoiding the non-volley zone. Now it's interesting to note that Lockie Donnelly, round 32, he took out the infamous Aaron Blitz in a big three-setter, 11-1, 11-13, 11-7. And Diaki took out Josh Fisher quite convincingly, 11-6, but the second game was a little bit tougher, 11-13.
Yeah, I've been having a quick glance on both matches there. So, Daiki obviously was very comfortable singles player, loves his singles coming from tennis most recently. And obviously he crushed that first game, but Josh Fisher, he's feisty and he's coming back. He was pushing Daiki in that match. And that second game probably went as twice as long as that first game. But Daiki coming out on top. And Lockie, obviously, young 18-year-old. I believe he's finishing year 12 this year. But he was a top junior. I believe he is the 18 under top male player in Australia. And he's giving these big guys a good run for their money. Obviously taking out Blitzy, the original, the OG of pickleball, Aaron Blitz.
Talking about young guns, Dan, the draw this weekend, we are stacked with new young players coming along. What are your thoughts on that?
I love to see that. I think you can see the average age dropping slowly. Young kids coming in, young guns, they're all wanting to give it a shot, especially tennis players. 2 years ago, we were seeing a lot of tennis players that had retired from tennis, have been, say, in the coaching game of tennis or just occasionally playing some sort of comp, and they're like, I'll come across pickleball. Now a lot of these young kids are either making that switch early or just completely going straight for pickleball. So it's great to see that we're starting to hit that younger audience.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. You're right. We did see a lot of the older I shouldn't say older, more mature tennis players coming across. But yeah, indeed. So it'll be interesting to see also, Dan, if our traditional Oceania Asian men's singles is quite cat and mouse. You know, we've had Jack Wong over here, we've had Hin, we've had Nam, Mitch Hargraves, who unfortunately pulled out today. Quite cat and mouse pickle. Whereas these young guns, I'll be interested to see what sort of game that they bring here today.
Exactly. I mean, naturally, these young guns coming from tennis, they're going to have incredible strikes with these ground strokes. But in today's condition, with a bit of a breeze, softer balls, it's going to favour the cat and mouse, the better cat and mouse player.
5-0. Point.
We can see Lockie Donnelly under the careful eye of another long-time pickleball player, Wesley Vine. He's come back in the tour as a coach. He obviously playing dominant pickleball with his brother Travis, and have been in the game for a very, very long time. So I think Lockie's got a really, really top coach in his corner there.
All right, 7-0, Daiki Tanaki with a comfortable lead here. Something great about this format, Dan, is we are playing best of 3 games, right? So enabling some time for the players to settle in.
Yes.
1-7.
It's not as cutthroat as a round robin pool where it's first to 11 and you've got to go out there straight onto it. Players can work their way into it. As you would have seen, both opponents for Lockie Donnelly and Daiki having that push and come back in that second game. See how good these guys start and how they handle that second game as well. Really strong start from Daiki here.
He's just had a little tumble, but big smiles on his face. It's
Point.
interesting to note too, Dan, that Dikey, he has the sun at this time of day. What are we, about 11 o'clock? It's straight in his eyes at the moment. So we will see the sun shifting across, and it will come sideways, basically
3-7.
across the court. So it shouldn't play too much into the players' game later on this afternoon.
Side out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jeanette. We're seeing the players that win the toss choosing to start on Dikey's side, choosing to play against the sun so they can finish with the sun behind them. Obviously, that side there, Dikey's side, close to the camera, also has that undercover area, that
7-3.
undercover seating. And the ball tends to echo from that side a little bit more as well.
Oh,
That's
is
great play.
absolutely cracking shot, off pace, inside out. Daiki Tanabe, that's very nice.
He's come out firing. He doesn't feel too many nerves. He must have gone through his nerves in the first game. He's also got nothing to lose, Daiki.
8-3.
We often see that with new players coming to the game that have been here, in the game for 6 to 9 months, and
Side
they
out.
haven't played everyone. No, not really. A lot of players have figured out their game, and so they often can go out there firing with no stress, no worries with what their result is.
I was talking to
3-8.
my good friend B. Massey earlier this morning, and her first opponent, she had not heard of her before, and she couldn't find her on YouTube as well. So B had to go in ensuring, okay, it was only around 16 or around 32, but she had to go in because you just don't know with singles some of these tennis players transitioning over.
4-8.
Yes, I mean, when you're playing a singles tennis player,
Point.
it's hard to... They probably play a little bit more unorthodox than a typical pickleball player would. So if they're striking well, it's so hard to read where that ball's going to go and how it's going to go.
5-8.
Often you can get into your own head going, wait, I've played this game much longer than this person has. How are they passing me
Side
like I've
out.
never seen before?
Yeah, speaking of passing, how great was that passing shot?
Dyke obviously favouring his forehand, trying to run around as much as he can. So he'll be structuring these serves to see if he can look to execute a forehand drive on the third shot.
8-5.
Oh, that's
Point.
another superb shot. A backhand
Come out, on
roll
the
cross
receiver.
court.
The score
Noticing
is
that, Ducky,
9-5.
he's actually, most of his backhands are rolls and they are going cross court. What's the idea about that, do you think?
I think he's trying to buy some time to push Lockie out of position, but also get around to his forehand and utilise that from the baseline. Haven't seen Dikey come up to the net as often as Lockie has. I think for Lockie, obviously, Wes Vine, no doubt, is having a chat with Lockie there. I'd love to see him play a little bit slower. Let that ball absorb on the court. Let it bounce a little bit lower. Dikey's catching all those shots right in his contact zone. That's why he's feeling unbeatable at the moment.
And we are using the Franklin X40. So you were saying earlier, Dan, that the ball becomes soft in this extreme heat, which takes the power away, correct?
It does, or at least the power doesn't transition so much as it absorbs on the court. And when you hit it, so big hitters might try to look to overhit the ball, wearing themselves out. And like you were saying, it's 30 degrees, high humidity. You want to be thinking of efficiency when you're playing best of three.
So
games.
hence why you're saying slowing it down for young Lockie? Okay.
Exactly right. Start cutting those volleys, getting them down low, open the corners up as well. When you start to play a little bit slower, you also have a bit more time to play the more angles. Start opening up the court more. When you're playing hard, you've obviously got to increase your margin for error, which decreases your open court. It's a great return.
Yeah, just catching the line. Singles is such a solo, obviously it's a solo game, but, in your head as well, Dan, isn't it? When you are down like this, what goes through one's head?
Could be a variety of things, Jeanette. Obviously, it's really easy to fall victim to it as well. And you see a lot of players, they're still, even myself to this day, I still battle my own mindset, my own thoughts. Are you good enough? You're not good enough. This guy's playing off his face, and it's the game switches around so quickly. So does the rhythm, that you just got to stick to it. You got to stay calm. You want to be, if you're Lockie here, you want to be going next point, reset, next point. Let's keep going. Let's keep pushing. Let's see what we can do. Daiki could be just riding it, a wave here, and we just got to let that wave crash and be ready to take advantage. Otherwise, if he keeps beating himself down and shows his body language that he's having a hard time, Daiki's going to punch on that. But it's good to see Lockie starting to slow the ball down a little bit here.
Yeah.
Starting to look for corners and angles. He's starting to read the play. Daiki obviously putting a lot more energy into his shots as well. So we'll see how he goes in that second game. See how he pulls through. It requires a lot of fitness to be playing at the standard he's playing and how hard he's hitting and moving across the court. But he's still finding those lines.
Just not missing right now. And that is game one goes to Daiki Tanabe quite convincingly. But it is a long 2-game match. So we will be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick break. And Dan, let's look forward to game 2. All right, welcome back. PPA Pickleball Tour Australia, Moreton Bay, Queensland, powered by JOOLA. My name is Jeanette Ward, and with me I have analyst Dan in the booth. We are game 2 of round 16 men's singles, with Daiki Tanabe taking out the first game convincingly, Dan, 11-5.
Daiki's had a really strong start, obviously picking the less favourable side.
Hang on, Lockie.
But he's
1-0.
come out crushing on that side. And so now he's on the favourable side. We'll see how he plays. As we're talking about towards the end of the game, how much more energy Daiki's going to need to use for his game style. Lockie tends to be quite a cruisy player, but he's a very smart player. He's definitely one not to be underrated, and definitely a name to look out for when over the next coming years.
1-0.
Which again, we were talking about earlier in the broadcast. We have a lot of young guns, a lot of new pickleball players in this weekend's tournament, which is great for Australian pickleball.
Indeed, yes. Loving to see the young guns fighting it out, giving the long-time players of pickleball, but also the new players, like someone like Daiki, who've only been playing, say, 9 months in this game. Just giving them a good run.
0-1.
And sometimes definitely testing them.
Again, you see Daiki there running around on that forehand. On the backhand, sorry.
Yes, he's running around that backhand by the forehand. He seems like he's worked that pattern out. He's probably repeated this at home at practice. He's been doing it in all his matches. It is a simple game plan. So I think Lockie, it seems like he's a little bit in his own.
Timeout called on the receiver. Score is 2-1. 1 minute.
Having trouble there to really find rhythm in the game. Really trying to get the feel of the ball. See it swirling. Whereas Daiki, he just sticks to what he's good at.
Now it's interesting, Lockie Donnelly's taken a timeout here, Dan. I was on my drive down here this morning thinking about timeouts, and whether or not they can project that you're in a bad headspace or you're not doing well. But like Annalie Waters, she takes a timeout when momentum's changed, but she's very aggressive with her timeouts, letting the opponent know that nothing's rattling her. She's just stopping. And I think that's a great way to use a timeout.
Yes, yeah, there's a number of ways you can use a timeout. You can obviously use it, like Lockie's done there, to kind of reset his headspace a little bit. But yes, it's a momentum shift as well. And you'll see players often, if they're having a hard time to get a point on the scoreboard every time they're serving, they'll often get a side out and call a timeout just to kind of refocus and reset for their serve.
Yeah, well, it was a very early timeout to what we usually know. Oh, that's fantastic.
Side out.
Overhead. So, yeah, very early timeout. So, as you just said, just stop any sort of momentum whatsoever.
Yes, yeah.
2-1.
Oh, that is
Point.
again fantastic by Daiki.
Hey, Lockie, at it, man.
Are we seeing a bit of cat and mouse now? I like it.
3.
I think
3-1.
Lockie's trying his plan B, starting to move the ball around a little bit more. And you can see these points are starting to stretch out. The average
Timeout called on the
Pull
receiver.
another timeout, yeah.
Medical timeout. Right,
So well, obviously he's struggling with something here, Lockie, because pulling a medical timeout
Could be heat.
Yeah, heat exhaustion. He'd be familiar with the heat, so it's probably food or hydration. He looks absolutely completely drained.
Well, don't forget he did go to a three-setter with Aaron Blitz earlier this morning. And as we said, we've got temperatures, I think, reaching about 32. So that's 32 out there. But on court, it's actually higher. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be. Yeah, as the heat kind of rises off the court, you're going to feel it out there. Also, the players, they don't have a lot of shade to play in. So their only real time in the shade to cool down is on these timeouts, on the change of ends, at the end of the game. So they've got to really utilise this time in the shade here. But Lockie seems to be complaining around his left hip. It's almost that loading of that left hip is just causing him a little bit of trouble.
Well, looks like he needs some sports gels, Performance Sports Gel, one of our major sponsors for the PPA Tour Australia. Let's hope it gets to him soon enough. We're going to take a quick break and probably have some Performance Sports Gel ourselves, Dan.
Might as well, yes.
See you soon.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit. In the bounce. It's in the crowd. The people holding their breath and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pickleballers, Moreton Bay, PPA Pickleball Tour Australia. We have just had a withdrawal by Lockie Donnelly, the Apex Gold Coast young lad. Now, just a quick reminder to the folks at home, Dan, we have a change in rules this year. The old medical was how long?
So the old medical, if you pulled a medical time out, you'd have up to 15 minutes from when the medic arrives on court.
But now?
Now it's been cut down to 3 minutes and 5 minutes if there's been blood involved. So we saw Lockie just there take his 3 minute timeout and asking for the last timeout, his last 1 minute timeout for that game. And unfortunately, he's decided to retire the match. He can no longer continue. It seemed like something in his left quad or left hip flexor. He was constantly pressing on that, but he looked completely drained. He looked in a lot of pain and a lot of agony. Oh,
that's unfortunate, but he had a good run against Aaron Blitz this morning, and it's always a good takeaway, right? Great experience, great exposure for Lockie Donnelly. Wishing him all the best for a speedy recovery. Now, that means that Daiki Tanabe, he goes through, and who does he play?
None other than my younger brother, Matty Kuznetsov.
There you go, and that will be in the quarterfinal. It's still quite deep in the draw. Round 16, Ethan Butson beat Joseph Crowler. Zach Grabovich, I believe he is on court at the moment playing Liam Lamb, and Lucas Pascal and Daniel Fogel-Kulich seem to be warming up on the court right now, so maybe this is their court, and then Brian Tran and Ethan Chung are still battling it out in round 16 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. We'll work out who's next on championship court with that shorter game that we had, and we'll be back soon.
in the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
Welcome back to the city of Moreton Bay. The next 3 days, this is the home of the PPA Tour Australia, powered by JOOLA. My name is Jeanette Ward, and in with me for this match, analyst Dan I'm just not getting your name right today.
You might have to call me by the nickname. Kuzi.
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 Kuzi
Dan
Coaching.
That's
Kuzi
it.
Coaching.
That's it.
So, Dan, we have round 16, Lucas Pascoe and Daniel Fogel-Coolidge. Now, Lucas beating Brody Fallon in round 32, 11-0, 11-0. And Daniel taking down your younger brother?
Yes, they've had a bit of rivalry, those two, Timothy and Dan, and yeah, it was an interesting match. Watching that match, obviously supporting my younger brother, it was a very close match.
Timmy taking the first game 11-6, and then Daniel taking it out 11-5, 11-5.
That's it. So we spoke about taking the favourable side here in Moreton Bay. Lucas close to the camera, obviously. That is the less favourable side. With the sun shining right in your eyes, you've got a bit of an echo from the stadium behind you as well. And often players choosing that side to start the match, get the nerves out on that side where it's less to lose, and then finishing on the other side. And that's what we saw Dan do against Timothy as well. He took the less favourable side, gave it his best, but obviously going down that first game. And then picking up his favourable side, getting a bit of a groove going and steaming through in the second and third game against Timothy.
Right, best of 3 games, first to 11, win by 2. Lucas Pascoe straight off a stint for PPA USA. Doing quite well over there as well. Also a bit of a young gun, but Lucas has been on the scene for some time now, Dan.
He is. He's one of the most talented young guns in Australia. I believe he's 19 years old now.
My most improved for 2025 actually was Lucas. Yep.
Yes.
1-2.
Having a lot of fun in the US, playing some of the best players in the world. He would have learned a lot, picked up a lot of information over there, and coming back down to Australia, putting it all into practice.
And opposite him is Dan Fogel-Kulich, one of our Gold Coast coaches as well. Dan, fresh off a month or so in Asia, travelling around coaching and training.
That's it. Dan's been in the game for a couple of years now. He studies it in and out. He did a bit of a coaching stint with me in Melbourne for a couple of months as well. So he's just enjoying. He's enjoying the journey of the sport, being involved right down to the grassroots level.
2-2. Point.
Obviously here we've got Lucas being, on paper, the better singles player, the more favourable singles player. Whereas Dan Fogel, he's going to suit these conditions a little bit more. He loves to move the ball around. He loves the slower play. He reads the play so well. He creates a little bit more time in the game. With the softer X40 Franklin balls that we're the official sponsor of these PPA tournaments, he's going to use that to his advantage.
2-3.
And also to Dan, not only is there bragging rights, we have a $15,000 USD prize pool this weekend, with the winner of singles taking out $1,250. So it's worth the trip to come along and play singles.
Indeed. Definitely a lot of these players, this is the Pro Tour, right? The PPA is the Pro Tour, where all the pros will come and play from all over Asia Pacific and the US. They're here to make money. They're going to give it their all. 4-2. This is what they do for a living. And this is why we're seeing such high quality play on the tour.
Yeah, lovely drive by Lucas Pascoe. Amazing double-handed backhand. Now tell me, Dan, does that come from tennis?
Yes, it is. It is a shot from tennis, and something that's been newly adopted into the game of pickleball, thanks to its bigger opportunities that you can do with a double-hand backhand. Whereas in tennis, obviously, you get taught the 2 different backhands. You can either have a single-hander or a double-hander. Obviously, being the double-hander being the easiest to teach. I think a lot of these tennis players came into the game and they completely changed up the game of pickleball, where a lot of players had the single hand, they'd slice, they wouldn't roll, they would slice their drops, or they just whack a one-handed passing shot. And it was really easy to see the differences in those 2 shots, just the paddle angle and how it hit the ball. Whereas now with the double-handed, the tennis players have adopted it and brought it into the game of pickleball. Now all the pickleball players are adopting double-hand backhand. Most notably, we've been seeing Ben Johns adopting the double-hand backhand as well. And the characteristics of the double-handers, just how disguised it can be across the court. You're setting up a double-hand backhand. You don't know where your opponent's going to go. Is he going to play a drive? Is he going to play a drop? Which angle is he going to play a drop to? And so you get to that net, or when you're coming in and you're watching your player pass, you have to guess. You can't read the play as much as you would on the forehand side.
Back in.
I've seen Lucas play a lot over the years, and he just gets, he gets so low on that double-handed backhand there as well.
Yes.
That enables roll on the ball, is that correct?
Exactly right. Getting down low, you have to get underneath the ball because obviously the ball doesn't bounce very high. It's always below the height of the net. So Lucas getting down low underneath that ball and really disguising and holding. I think Lucas's biggest strength is his wrist lag, how long he can hold his wrist back, which makes it even harder to read, but from both sides, the right and left side, double hand, backhand and forehand.
Okay, I'll be looking out for that wrist lag. Oh, lucky net roll. We've had a few of those already this morning, haven't we?
Yes, indeed. Obviously, players can use it to their strength if it's to their advantage, let's just say. Can't create it, unfortunately, but it's in the point. But we also have the rule in the PPA where we don't play on lets. So there is a let, so if you serve and you put the tape of the net, replay the serve, so similar to tennis.
And that is new this year again?
Yes, it is new here in the PPA. It's been in the PPA in the US for a couple of years now. And as we spoke about how PPA Australia's, or the PPA Global Alliance is now adopting the rules globally. So we all share the same rules wherever you're playing, Asia PPAs, Australia PPAs, or the US PPAs.
And speaking of PPA Global, Dan, we're accumulating points here at the PPA Pickleball Tour Australia, and they are now global PPA points. These points, I believe, for Moreton Bay are 125.
That's it. So the Moreton Bay PPA 125 is the amount of points you're going to get. The winner's going to get 125 points on offer, and every point counts. So you'll see a lot of the top players playing the back draws as well. We didn't traditionally see that. A lot of top seeds, if they're out in the main draw, they were like, okay, that's my work done because there's no prize money in the back draw. Now these players are playing these back draws because every point counts.
And it also counts for your seeding going into the next PPA tournament, is that correct?
Exactly right. So entering these tournaments, the PPA ranking is the first priority, and then the super.
Okay, so ranking is the first priority. So, and does that work with the amateurs as well?
I believe it does as well.
Okay.
Yes. They will include those points.
Well, speaking of amateurs, we have amateurs all around us here at Focus Redcliffe. We have a 19-plus division. We have a 35-plus division. We have a 50-plus division and different levels as well. So if you are thinking about joining a tournament in Australia, I would highly recommend the PPA tours.
Yes, these pickleball tournaments, they're so inclusive, and that's what I love about the sport. Coming from tennis background, obviously, if you weren't good enough to play a tournament, you can't play it. And you can only come in and watch.
Yeah, and you can get to see the pros. You can come and watch the pros for free, and I love that about PPA Australia.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter what level you're at, what age you're at, there's an event for you to play the tournament, the same tournament that the pros play.
Timeout called on the receiver. Score is 5-9.
And that's a timeout call. 5-9. It's still a close match here, Dan.
It is, yes. It is very tight. Obviously, we would call Dan Fogel the maestro. He understands the game. He's using this time, creating the time to his best advantage. Lucas Pascoe being the young gun, he's got a lot of experience in the game. Although he's younger, I believe he's been playing pickleball longer than Dan Fogel has as well. So he's got plenty of experience under that belt. And we're just noticing that breeze starting to pick up. I don't know if you noticed, I'm starting to cool down here in the box. So these players are going to start to feel the cool breeze, but that also means the ball's going to be floating around in the air a little bit more. So it does increase the stakes.
Now in Victoria, you play a lot of indoor pickleball, don't you?
Yes, yeah, we do. So we're very fortunate to have a lot of indoor venues, and that's down to essentially the weather we get down in Melbourne. We, unfortunately, as much as I wish it was as good as Queensland weather, we don't get as much sunshine, and we do have a lot of external factors such as your rain and wind that just don't make pickleball as enjoyable as it would be indoor.
5-9.
I play a lot in Asia, and indoor pickleball is big over there, and I must say I absolutely love it.
Side out.
It's a different game. It is a very, very different game, and often, especially at this time of the year when the Queenslanders used to the slower, softer ball, come down to Victoria. We have a lot more bigger hitters in Victoria. The Franklin obviously hardening up a lot with the colder climate, which favours the big drives, the big hitters. So you see a lot more passing shots, whereas here you find a little bit more ball movement in this sort of weather, in this sort of wind.
You can see
5-9.
Daniel there taking the pace off the ball and the ball hardly bouncing at all, Dan.
Yes, yeah, he's using that to his best advantage. Obviously, Lucas
Side out.
so good with moving the ball and rolling the ball, but obviously much harder to get it rolling from your ankles than it is from your hip height. And so that's what Dan Fogel's goal is get that ball down low to the ankles of Lucas, see if he gives him a little bit more time to move in and
9-5.
close those gaps. Really got cool movement there
Daniel
from Dan.
taking
out.
command of the non-volley zone there. Seems to be the first to get in at the moment.
Daniel,
is having quite
remind he's got to
success.
call him out. Remind him to call everything out.
Yeah, you
5-9.
can't assume. Players got to know, the referees have to know when the ball is out of play. Dan Fogel just getting a reminder just to make sure he's calling the ball out.
Point.
But yes, as we're talking about Dan Fogel there, he's obviously got a dominant position at the net. Being a tall, long player, he's obviously got really good reach around all areas of the court there.
6-9.
Getting to the net for him is the best advantage he can do. He does not want Lucas coming into the net before.
Point.
That's a great drive pass.
Timeout called on the receiver.
Yeah, and that's
Score
a
is
timeout
7-9.
called by Lucas Pascoe, and probably a healthy timeout as Daniel picks up a couple of points on the trot there.
Yes, calling the timeout before Dan obviously called it a good moment. Reset, found his rhythm, and he's starting to tee off. He's finding those forehands, he's finding the groove.
Now we have 2 timeouts per game, is that correct?
That's it, yes. So 2 timeouts on offer for each player. Use them as you wish. And then you also have a medical timeout of 3 minutes to use per
30
game.
seconds.
And then obviously that goes up to 5 minutes if there's any blood involved. Yep.
How often do you see blood involved?
Thankfully, not too often. I would not want to see that happen.
15 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't wish it upon anyone. I've seen some nasty injuries on a pickleball court, that's for sure, especially at this standard, this level. People tend to get too excited to play a game of pickleball and forget they need to do a bit of warm-up, or forget that, hey, we're not young 20-year-olds anymore.
One more timeout for you, Daniel, in this
But
game.
thankfully, not too much blood on the court, which is...
Time back in.
Would hate that.
7-9. Point.
There you go, another one. Daniel Fogel-Coolidge is creeping back well into this game.
You can never tell what Lucas is thinking. He's always been sort of
8-9.
a neutral player. Doesn't really talk to himself that much. He doesn't show much with his body language.
Point.
It's just one neutral. Almost seems like he's down on himself, but he could be fired up. You wouldn't know. You don't see him screaming out, being verbal. Whereas Fogel is a big body language player. He'll often even try, and he knows that, and he tries to use that to his best advantage. Sometimes when he's exhausted,
9-9.
he's a bit more active. He's going like, no, I'm not exhausted, but or the other way around. When he's fresh, he might be pretending he's exhausted. He's a sneaky player.
Well, for those who
Side
at
out.
home that don't know Daniel, he can also be very loud on court. We've heard him this morning, but I think that was because his
9-9.
opposing player was quite loud as well. Maybe his demeanour here is focused because
Side
Lucas
out.
is rubbing off on him, right?
Yes, yeah, potentially. Potentially. He does kind of find the energy on the court and go along with that energy, but see him screaming out a couple commands at himself if he's not happy with the way he's playing.
9-9.
Oh, that is
Really
a
close.
lovely
out.
snap volley by Lucas Pascoe.
He reads that so well. He was there before Dan even finished the shot, already swinging his volley.
And I understand there what you were saying earlier, Dan, about
9-9.
holding the wrist. You could see him, Lucas, really holding that wrist there.
Yep.
Something for all of us to try in our next drill session.
Point.
Dan loves to get the crowd involved. He'll talk to anyone around the court and get them involved into the game, get them fired up.
10-9.
All right, game point here for Lucas Pascoe. Ooh,
Side out.
I thought he had it there.
Dan's happy with that side out. He's fired up now. 9-10. Looking to get a big serve and
9,
look for that
10.
forehand straight away. Ooh,
Side out.
that was the mark. That was the right shot. Just missing, obviously. Potentially, but with that breeze, just pushing the ball out. It's a good lead from Lucas.
Ten, 9.
Another opportunity here for Lucas to close out game one. There it is. Game
Point
one
in
goes
first
to
game.
Lucas Pascoe with a great comeback for Daniel Fogel-Coolidge and great momentum leading into game two. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back after this break. PPA Pickleball Tour Australia, Moreton Bay, powered by JOOLA.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Welcome back to Championship Court, Game 2, Round 16. Closest
Game
to the
two,
camera,
time back in,
Daniel
0-0.
Fogel-Coolidge playing against Lucas Pascoe. Lucas Pascoe taking out Game 1. Dan
Point.
Kuznetskov is with me in the booth as my analyst. Now, you have big news from the grandstand court, Dan.
That's it. Our own Melbourne born and bred
1-0.
Sahil has just taken down the reigning champ, probably the favourite to win the singles tournament here,
Point.
Harry Brown.
Woohoo! What was it, 3 games?
It was a 3-game thriller. I believe Sahil taking out the first game and then the third game at 11-5.
2-0.
Yeah, right. So Harry's just been overseas competing in the PPA Hanoi as well. Do you think that
Side
really
out.
takes, as a pro pickleballer yourself, how much travel can you do? Does it take a fair bit out of you? Is Harry experiencing some jet lag? Not taking anything away from Sahil.
0-2.
100% here, Jeanette. Having played professional tennis myself, the travel is the hardest
Point.
part. A lot of people see, you get to go experience such beautiful places, and it's nothing like that. The travel, we don't even realise the uncomfortable beds, the sleepless nights, the jet lag, as you
Yes.
mentioned. And there was a fair few players. Obviously, the PPA in Hanoi, the big tournament, just finished up last weekend. And
1-2.
a lot of players coming down to Moreton Bay slightly fatigued.
Side
We've
out.
seen a couple late withdrawals in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the big names taking a bit of a break. Others choosing to play. I know Harry does like to push his body. He wants to go through that, but obviously
2-1.
that could have definitely been a factor in that match.
Sarah burst straight off a plane. She was telling me this morning to
Point.
Moreton Bay here. So yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it? Noticed Annalie Waters, she pulled out a singles in Hanoi because she'd just done singles in, I think it was Sacramento or something like that. So yeah, it definitely has a lot to play. But well done, Sahil Dang, and he will
3-1.
see Josh Barber in the quarters.
He's no doubt opened up his draw for himself to keep going through to the
Side
semi-finals.
out.
And nothing against Josh. I think it'd be a really good match, and Josh coming through as well. It's going to be a really open draw. I think Josh is going to thank Sahil that Harry's out of the draw now.
1-3.
So gives Josh another great opportunity as
Side
well.
out.
Lucas using a serve here. Again, talk about Lucas's body language. You can't tell if he's disappointed with himself, tired, exhausted,
3-1.
or ecstatic. It's just he's known to just have this steady body language. I think that works for his strengths. He just has a clear mind. He just moves on to the next point.
Side out.
I'd love to see like the young players adopt that a little bit more. I love the fiery attitude, but fire is good if it doesn't drop you back down too much.
Yeah, unlike Lucas's father, Chris Pascoe, one of our master players
1-3.
here on the PPA Tour, he's certainly very loud on court. He must
big.
take after his mother then.
Side out.
Yes, indeed. So I believe Lucas's mother is Japanese, so Lucas Pascoe half Japanese, and I think that's probably definitely
3-1.
him taking it from his mother's side.
Side out.
We were talking earlier about, the singles can be quite louder on court, and potentially that's come from a bit of a tennis background.
Yes, it has. Obviously,
1-3.
it's a singles in general, individual sports.
Point.
You're there with yourself. You're not only playing your opponent, you're playing against yourself as well. And you do have to fire up and cheer yourself up on the court. So hence why a lot of the singles tennis players are coming into
2-3.
pickleball singles and continuing this fiery nature, pump each other up. But as
Point.
you were mentioning before, there's a lot on offer in these tournaments.
Time out.
and these
Called on the
events, right?
receiver. Score is 3-3.
All
Come
right, 3-3. This seems like this is going to be another close game, Dan. Right, what's going on for the rest of the court? We look like we've got our masters, our 50-plus players starting up playing their singles rounds. So it looks like all the amateur courts are now filling up with players as the Focus Redcliffe venue is getting busier and busier.
That's it. The sun's shining, courts are pumping. You can hear the pickleballs being hit all around us. I believe the pro women's singles is also commencing. We might see some female singles kicking off on this show court or centre court very, very soon, potentially after this match here.
Let's have a look at the pro women's singles draw. All right, Sarah Dennehy will be playing Victorian Isabel Papazan, Caitlin Hart versus B. Massey. That's going to be a big match as well. Andy Dikaslavich playing Brittany Yang, Danny Townsend playing Aisha Dang, who took down Sarah Burr. Now, Sarah's just off a really good singles run in Hanoi as well. She just got beaten by Aiko Yoshitomi, I believe, in round 16 of the Hanoi. So that is a really good run for Sarah Burr.
Achievement, yes.
So watch out for those
4-3.
dangs. Isha's obviously playing well as her brother Sahil.
Side out.
Yeah, the Dangs obviously, they're based in Melbourne. They are committing to their pickleball very much so. I used to coach them back in the tennis days, and encourage them to come over to pickleball, give it a shot. And that was probably November 2024, I believe. So
I haven't seen them on the Asia circuit, but I do know that they're travelling extensively around Australia at the moment. Grassroots pickleball here in Australia and, making their name.
Indeed. I think Asia's really picked up in the last, say, year or so. And obviously Sahil and Aisha really starting to shine probably in the last 6 months. So I know Asia's right on top of their to-do list.
Excellent.
To go up there and play. But I think for now, they're really, really focused on the game here in Australia. As you said, we've got a really solid grassroots level pickleball here and it's constantly growing. We've got some of the best players here as well. They've got their work cut out here in Australia. And I'm sure they're just using that before they head over to Asia.
4-4. Point.
But then starting to use a bit of that breeze into his serve, really kicking through and pushing Pascoe back here. Lucas having to
5-4.
pick that serve up on the rise. A lot of pressure on him to come up to the net.
Side out. Four, 5. Side out.
Oh, this may go to 3 games, Dan. It is mighty hot out there too, ladies and gentlemen. Almost
5-4.
midday here in Queensland.
Watching Dan there closest to the camera, it looks like he's
Point.
just jumped into the pool and back out. He's dripping with sweat there, but he loves that.
Timeout called on the receiver. The score is 6-4.
The harder it is, he seems to be
Thanks,
playing
Sammy.
better.
Yeah, right. Thrives off that. Yep. Okay, we're going to take a quick break ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, refresh and come back for the second half of Game 2, Round 16, men's singles.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
Welcome back. PPA Pickleball Tour Australia,
Both
Moreton
got
Bay,
one more timeout
Queensland.
for this
PPA
game.
125
Time back
points
in.
up for
6-4.
grabs. Global points. Dan Fogel-Coolidge serving 6-4. Lucas Pascoe taking out game
Point.
1, Dan.
He started really, really strongly, and I'm
7-4.
talking about how these conditions are going to favour Dan Fogel a little bit more, with the ball being a bit slower. He
Point.
seems really dominant here, big serving, keeping Lucas back, and anytime Lucas comes in, he's always in that back foot, which obviously Lucas's game is so strong at the net. He does not want to be in the back foot when he's at the kitchen line.
8-4. Side out.
Good pressure from that return there. Keep putting Dan back on the back foot and earning the side out.
4-8.
4-8. No doubt he's going to be wanting to get some points on the board here.
Side out.
Not that round. Okay, good hold by Daniel.
8-4.
It's interesting the body languages as we were talking about in the first game here. Dan obviously looking the more confident player at the moment. Seems to have worked it out. He seems to be moving the ball around a lot more confidently. Oh, just
Point.
missing ATP there.
Stop it. Did you see that get by Daniel Fogel-Coolidge? That was a phenomenal shot, and certainly I could see him putting that on his highlight reel.
Definitely he'll be cutting this out of the match and sharing this one around. That was a very, very good backhand, very good dig.
9-4.
There wasn't even a come on from him, was there? He's very cool, calm and collective right
Point.
now.
I think he knows he's going to a third game here. 10-4 up in this second game, and he's just being conservative. Safety
Yeah.
energy for that
10-4.
third game, which I think is the
Yeah.
right call.
Now, I
Side
would have
out.
liked to seen Daniel go cross court. Yep.
I think he's just pulling out the Hollywood shots, we would call them. The
No.
lower percentage, but they do look good, right?
Okay.
He wanted to finish the game off on a nice shot, but I think he might have to be patient with
4-10.
himself here.
Side out.
Just a little bit sloppy on that third shot. I think he's changed his mind on that ball. It looked like he was going to come in for a drop, and then he's changed his mind to drive and
10
ended up
full.
slicing that. There it is.
Point and second game.
Tell me something, Dan. When
Right,
you
2
are
minutes,
down in that
gentlemen.
second game and you've won the first game, is it a part of strategy to potentially throw that second game, go, okay, I'm just going to let that get out of my mind and we'll go to a third? Or, you know, at a pro pickleball level that you guys are at, do you just charge through the whole way?
Yeah, interesting question. I think it definitely depends on the type of player you are and what you've got worked out. It also depends on the conditions. Obviously, having been here a few times at Redcliffe, sometimes there's going to be moments where you've just got unbearable wind and you're going to end up on the poor side. And if you're up a game, there's no point trying to fight against the wind. You know you're going to start on the better side. So you might decide to, hey, I'm going to save my energy, make sure I start locked in when we change ends in that third game. Other players might just go, hey, I'm just going to keep fighting. I've got one game in the bag. Yes, I'm down in this one, but, you know, it would be nice to not go into a third. There's a lot more pressure on the third. When you're up 1-0, you're definitely feeling a little bit less pressure on your shoulders. So you should, if I was in that state, if I was Lucas Pascoe there coming into from the timeout at 6-4 down, then that was a great time to pull a timeout. Go, hey, I got nothing to lose here. Let me start swinging a little bit more. Let me go for my shots a bit more. If I lose this game, I lose it. I go into a third anyway. Not burning your energy, but just being a little bit more loose. And often that sort of process, that confidence boost in your game, or even just showing a bit more of that body language, like, hey, I got nothing to lose. It's going to put a bit of pressure, a bit of worry into Dan Fogel's eyes, and he's probably might make a couple errors, a couple hiccups, and next thing you know, Lucas might be up in that second game, and he's finishing it off in 2 games. But as you said, today's a hot day. We're reaching tops of 30. It is scorching. And I think Lucas was just like, nah, I'm not feeling it. I think I'm just going to save the energy into a third. So we're in for a nail-biting third game here.
All right,
10-3.
players will switch ends
back in,
at
0-0.
6. Oh, 2 fabulous gets
Right out.
at the net by Daniel Fogel-Coolidge. What great forehand coverage.
Yeah, he just, that last forehand that he got, he's just moving towards it right before Lucas pulled it. And I think that was a great move. I think he was covering the most,
0-0.
the high percentage shot from Lucas. He was ready to cover it. It's so hard to get a ball past Dan once he's at the net.
Point.
I think Lucas's goal coming into this third game would be, how can I keep Dan away from that net? How can I keep him off balance if he is at the net to get myself up to that net, right?
1-0.
So
Point.
tell me, Dan, in singles then, how does Lucas actually achieve that? Just watching that small, short rally there,
2-0.
Lucas kind of had not a great deep return. It was sort of in the transition zone. Oh, that's beautiful.
Point.
So it's
Great point.
potentially, it is the deepest return that you can get, is that
Called on the
right?
That's exactly
receiver.
right.
Score is
And
3-0.
we saw that in the second game there where Lucas pulled a couple strong deep returns, pushed Dan Fogel into the back corner there and earned straight away the side out with Dan, popping up that third shot or even missing that third shot, which is exactly what he wants to be doing right now. He wants to be going for his returns. He wants to get his body a little bit back behind that ball, maybe jam himself against that back fence so he can step into that return and go for it. If he's not going to come up to the net from that return, he might as well go for a little bit more of that return, because at the moment he's being a bit passive. And you see Dan moving up on the third shot up to the net first.
Yes.
So it obviously means it's coming from the return. And once Dan's at the net, we're talking about it. It's so hard to get the ball past him there.
Yeah, okay, Lucas Pascoe, let's send you some positive long return energy into the court. It's so easy to be able to see from our end, isn't it? But that's why I love having a coach on your bench as well.
Yes. It does help because you can see the game a little bit more from a third-person point of view. I mean, for us, it's easy to commentate and see what's happening, but
0-3.
players, it can be quite quick, and there's going to be a lot of thoughts that they're going
Point.
through, a lot of nerves they're going through, and sometimes they're battling that. They have no idea what the score is. They have no idea what's happening at the moment, and they need to be. And that's probably what we saw Lucas pull the time out there. He's just like, hey, let me re-establish here, and that's earned him that point on the scoreboard now.
Oh,
That's a
that
great
is
shot.
absolutely stunning inside out. Off pace, Lucas Pascoe, 101 textbook.
That was a little cheeky Pasco shot there, that forehand. Really hard to read again. With that lag, you're only guessing.
2-3. Side out.
Lucas trying to move that ball around, seeing if he can sneak up to the net. Dan's so dominant. He knows that,
3-2.
hey, I just got to get to that net. I've just got to hold those volleys and I'll get the right opportunity to put her away.
That's a great return. And a switch hands there by Lucas Pascoe. Yeah, I do love
Side
a
out.
switch of hands.
I think Lucas came running up to that kitchen line thinking he was going to hit it long, and that breezes just dropped it. So Lucas switched up. He was like, oh, no, it's going long. Got it caught out and had to play that volley with the left hand, and it paid off.
I'm a switcher. Do you switch?
No, I couldn't do it. I could try, but too risky for me. I'm like, no, I'll trust my double hand back end.
Oh,
Point.
so good. There he is, Lucas Pascoe. But big smiles by DFK are there. He knows exactly what great pickleball that was.
Dan being a little bit rattled by that previous point too. Might be a benefit here for Lucas.
Side out.
That's Lucas Pascoe money shot there. Didn't pull it off.
No, he's just... Maybe he's feeling the heat as well. It's just moving the ball. Like you said, he's come from the US.
3-3.
Maybe he just feel a little bit worn out. This isn't Lucas's strength, singles. We know he's a much better doubles player. He loves his doubles. And, so I think he's got a little bit less to lose. He knows his game is the doubles to play. That's a great shot, though.
Side out.
But he can read the game so well, and that's why he can perform so well on the singles court too.
That was a very sweet cat and mouse rally there by two of our finest cat and mouse players that we have on the PPA Tour Australia.
Okay, and just knowing he's
3-3.
just got to stick through these waves Lucas has got. He needs to get through this. He can't get into his own head. He's got to ride these waves. Got
Side
to
out.
keep staying solid at that net, just like we see there. And capitalising on those unusual errors that we see from Lucas today.
3-3. Side out.
By the way this match is panning out, Dan, I think one of these gentlemen we'll see in the final. They're both playing extremely well.
Yeah, a few top names aren't in the draw. Obviously, Mitch Hargraves having to pull out after
3-3.
PPA Hanoi, and we're talking about Harry Brown being knocked down by Sahil. I think the draw is very, very open
Point.
for anyone to come through to that final, and these boys are definitely contenders.
Well, we've still got Zach Grabovich and Liam Lamb playing on one of the outer courts.
4-3. Side out.
So Zach Grubber and Liam Lamb on our grandstand court at the moment. I believe it's live on the other link. Just checking the
3-4.
score there. So Zach pulling the first game.
Side out.
11-3 against Liam Lamb there.
Right. Zach again straight off PPA Hanoi.
Yes. And obviously Zach's his strength isn't singles anymore. He's very,
4-3.
very strong doubles player.
Had a few injuries, hasn't he, preventing him from playing singles?
He'd be glad to be back in singles. He was
Point.
one of the best players in singles as well in Australia for a good time, and
Time out caught on the
think he's-
receiver. Score is 5-3.
he's enjoying it now. I think he's got less on the cards, knowing that it doesn't really matter. My focus is doubles, and
1 minute.
yeah, I think he's going to definitely use that to his best advantage.
All right, Lucas Pascoe, Daniel Fogel-Coolidge taking this time out to the best of their advantage as well. We will, and we'll be back soon, PPA Pickleball Tour Australia. All right,
Come back
welcome
in.
back,
5-3.
Jeanette Ward and Dan Cousy here in the commentators box for this round 16 men's singles.
Point and change ends.
And that is point to Lucas Pascoe, and the players will change ends game 3. Whew, Dan, it is an absolute cracker.
It definitely is. In this heat, in these conditions, we're pretty lucky. We're here in the shade. We've got a bit of a breeze. I don't know what these players will be going through, especially in the singles.
Game 1 went to Lucas 11-9. You can see Daniel starting to talk a little bit more to himself. Now, we know Dan, and sometimes he can get a little bit rattled, right? So I think he's just rattling himself in this heat at the moment.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with you here, Janet, but I feel Dan's an interesting character. I think he likes to talk because he distracts
I've got
himself
one
from
more
his
timeout.
thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
He gets
Time
the
back
crowd
in.
involved. He talks to the crowd,
6-3.
talks to himself to kind of like joke around, getting himself a little bit distracted from maybe oh, I should be winning this point, or I shouldn't have missed that sort of shot. Have a laugh about it, and I like that
Point.
attitude.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, no, it's good. And of course, now we were saying earlier in the broadcast, not only can you receive coaching or communicate during timeouts or change of ends, you can now do it between
7-3.
points.
That's right. So new rule here in PPA Australia, and I believe as of this year in the US as well, where you can allocate a coach at the
Side
beginning
out.
of a match. As long as you let the referee know, that particular coach can speak to you between points, as long as it's not delaying play. But it can only be that person.
Right.
So no one else in the
3-7.
crowd can.
All right, a great little non-volley duel there with Daniel coming out on top.
Side out.
You can see Dan's girlfriend there,
7-3.
just giving him a few tips. She
Point.
often travels around a lot with Dan.
Timeout called on the
Has
receiver.
seen him
The
go
score
through all the highs
is
and lows, and definitely knows what to
8-3.
tell him at the right moment.
Yeah, Kim's an amazing partner on and off the court. She's a lovely lady, and I played pickleball with her before as well. So, yeah, great fun. Now, Daniel has taken a time out here, which I think is an excellent time out. You are allowed 2 per game, just breaking the momentum there. Had a little bit of a slip with the ankle, but I'm sure he's fine. Just, again, Kim Chisholm there having a chat with him. Regrouping.
Yeah, I mean, he's down 8-3 here. It's a good time to be calling a timeout. He needs to just get back into the groove that he was in when he was in that second game. He's just storming through, and it was playing on that other side as well. So this should favour him a little bit more. You know, we just want him to be a little bit more lighter. He seems a bit more heavy, and no doubt he's probably feeling a bit more fatigued now. It's hard to play against Lucas because you're always guessing, so you're going to be spending a little bit more energy trying to be on your toes, ready to pounce onto the next ball. He's definitely feeling that fatigue.
And as you said earlier, Lucas gives nothing away, right?
No.
Point.
Oh,
It was all over that. Luke, even I just noticed here as Lucas coming up to the commentary booth, that cracked a little smile I saw there.
oh, was there?
Little
Yeah.
cheeky smile. I think he's pretty confident in his game now. 9-3 in the third. I think he reckons he's got Dan on
9-3.
the ropes, and I'm sure he does at the moment.
Cheeky little smile, was it?
Yeah.
Point.
There you go, and that brings up
10-3.
game point.
Match point here.
Match
We've
point
got a
even.
match point. This will be straight into the quarterfinals, actually. So this is the last round of 16 match. So winner taking on Brian Tran from Sydney. This match isn't over just yet. We'll see how he goes here with the
10-3.
serve.
Oh,
Points,
fabulous
game and match.
third shot by Lucas Pascoe. That will take him through to the quarterfinals. Quite convincing
Great
that
play, though.
second
It was a really
set,
good match.
second
Yeah,
game
well done.
after a tight game 1 and a comeback by DK. Just went down 11-9. So Lucas Pascoe, he will go through to the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, that is fun. We will be back soon here at the PPA Pickleball Tour Australia. We'll have an update of who we'll see on Championship court next. Moreton Bay, lovely. There's referee Julie. Thank you. Yola, everyone. We'll be back soon.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over. Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pickleballers all around the world. PPA Pickleball Tour Australia, Moreton Bay, Queensland, powered by JOOLA. My name is Jeanette Ward, and with me as my analyst for this women's singles round 16 is Dan Cousy. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here, Jeanette. It's been a really enjoyable day of singles today.
Excellent. Closest to the camera, we have Sarah Dennehy. She will be playing Isabella Papazan in the purple top. And straight away, Sarah Dennehy, an amazing cross-court forehand. Sarah, fresh off PPA Tour Hanoi as well, where she had a great start to her singles campaign. However, she did pull out after reaching the quarterfinals, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wasn't sure why she pulled out. I'm not sure what it was, either injury or potentially sickness. I know a few players
1-0
had felt a bit of a stomach bug or something in the Hanoi PPA.
Point.
It's good to see her back fully
Yeah,
fully confident.
She looks like fully recovered there, Dan. Yep. And of course, Sarah winning quite a few PPA Pickleball Tour Australia gold medals and some in Asia as well last year in 2025.
That's right. She's an unbeatable force. So solid in both doubles and singles. And obviously singles is one of her favourite events.
Just been drafted into one of the MLP teams in America.
That's it. That's
3-0.
So she'll be going over to the US soon to compete. No doubt about
Side
that.
out.
And Izzy Papazan, Victorian, but straight. She's come over from Armenia, where she set up some pickleball coaching clinics in her homeland of Armenia, and looking forward to pickleball going ahead. I believe she'll be representing Armenia this year in the World Cup.
1-3.
That's it, yes. So she was there for a few months at the end of last year into early this year, playing a lot of pickleball. She's obviously the number one female player in Armenia at this stage. And she decided to come back home, back to see her family, her friends, play a bit of pickleball here.
And a former semi-pro soccer player, I believe.
Yes, bit of soccer, bit of tennis as well. So she played some higher level Australia standard, national standard of tennis.
Nice try.
Competing at all the leagues.
1-3.
Yeah, I know. I was chatting to Izia earlier this week, and she's looking forward to getting right back into a pickleball, because obviously she was leading pickleball in Armenia, so she didn't get an opportunity to play against any of the big top players, but she's now back in Australia training very hard and getting some good games under her belt.
That's it. And this is actually her first singles game after a little while. She unfortunately came back and tweaked her hamstring.
That's
slight tear. So she's been out for a few weeks.
1-3.
Only really getting into practice about 2 weeks ago. And I believe full strength about 10 days ago. So she was very skeptical about playing this tournament, and she was very close to pulling out of the singles. Not so do it. But I think it was good that she pushed through and decided to say, let's give it a shot. And see how she goes. So she's no doubt going to be holding back a little bit on that
3-1.
hamstring. She's going to be feeling it, just making sure it's ready to
Replay.
go. All the events to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sarah, being from a tennis background, we
3-1.
often see her with the big baseline ground strokes. There you go. You can see
That's it.
Sarah running around, her backhand there.
Side out.
Yes, yeah, she's
Okay.
very, very dominant off the baseline and really hits through with all her body weight. So she's got a lot of power behind that. And
1-3.
yeah, it's just as dominant at the net as well.
Now, Isabella Papazan, round 16, she took out Taya Cross, 11-7, 11-7. Now, Taya Cross, that's a pretty big scalp for Izzy if this is her first singles back.
No
for-
doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, we all know how good Taya is. A very strong match, and that's going to be a confidence booster for Izzy coming into this match here against Sarah. She's going to be obviously feeling like she's got nothing to
3-1.
lose here. She just goes out there swinging. The pressure's probably going to be a little bit more on Sarah. I know she's very confident in her game, but obviously being in the top seed, she's definitely going to be feeling that pressure.
And this is
Side out.
Sarah's first game, I believe, today.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, as we all know, first game for first game nerves on at the beginning of the tournament. Singles being the first event in the PPA Moreton Bay
1-3.
event. So this is essentially her first match in the whole tournament. She's going to feel some nerves leading in. She'll be trying
Side
to
out.
look to find the groove, although she doesn't show it. She's hitting the ball so well. There's more to come from that.
Both ladies using Fuckalos paddles.
Yes, both really good paddles. And I
3-1.
believe Sarah's actually got a signature paddle there.
Does she?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I believe I
Side
can
out.
see her name printed on the side of it. She's obviously one of the global team for Fuckalos.
Shout out to Jessica if she's watching,
1-3.
one of her team members here.
No doubt she
Side
will
out. 3-1.
A phenomenal serve. Yeah, just
Point.
so good. So how important is that serve? We talked earlier about how important the deep return is. How important is that strong serve, particularly in women's singles?
4-1.
It definitely is, because it's going to set up your attack on the third shot.
Point.
We've got a decent amount of room here
5-1.
at the back of these championship size courts, but it's still quite tight for
Point.
anyone who's got a big backswing. And so a lot of these tennis players who will naturally have a big backswing will be finding it hard to have to half volley a lot of the returns.
6-1.
And with such a dominant, deep, fast serve like Sarah's got, she's going to be wanting to get a lot of free points, a lot of short returns, so
Side
she
out.
can move in with her forehand and come to the net.
Yeah, you see that she's doing big serve, big third, and then approaching. And that pattern seems to be working for her right now.
She's so good at it. It's what got her to
1-6.
where she is now.
We were talking
out.
earlier about training partners as well, Dan, and I think Danny Townsend's singles games come up quite a few notches because, of course, Sarah is one of her training partners.
That's it, yes. So they
6-1.
are best friends and no doubt very competitive against each other. I bet their singles practice would be a lot of fun.
Oh, great get by
Side out.
Isabel Papazan. Cross court, taking the pace off.
Yeah, that's what I want to see a little bit more from Izzy. I don't think she's going to outplay
1-6.
Sarah playing that game she is at the moment. I want to see her start to look to come in. Like, that's
Side
a great
out.
ball there, but don't rush it. Like, there's no need to rush. And obviously we're talking about how hot it is and how these Franklin X40 balls, they're a little bit softer. You can take a little bit more time to get
6-1.
up to that ball. You can take a little bit more time before you hit it. Don't need to rush it. And Izzy just needs to incorporate that a little bit more into a game. Take her time, move in, and be much more
Point.
effective with each shot that she hits, rather than try to be reactive.
Seven one.
All right, 7-1. Commanding lead by Sarah Dennehy, but Isabel Papazan,
Point.
she's certainly giving it a go.
Yeah, I feel like Izzy, obviously she's smiling, but she knows she needs to do better.
8-1.
Sarah's pushing her.
Yeah, and I agree. Like to see Izzy slow it down. Sarah loves the pace, right?
Yes, yeah, she will play better. The faster that ball comes to her, the faster that ball's coming back to you. And I think, yeah, as I mentioned,
9-1.
Izzy doesn't need to rush it. She needs to move the ball around, take her time, because she's feeling
Side
the
out.
pressure.
Now, I wouldn't ordinarily like that sort of short return, but see how taking that speed
1-9.
off caused the error by Denny because she didn't get that fast ball. Is that how it works, Dan?
That's it. I mean, it's just out of the
Point.
contact zone. There you go. Another great example there. The ball stayed a bit low off that approach from Izzy. You know, everyone can hit a great ball in their contact zone, and Sarah's no different. But you know, when that
2-9.
ball's just a little bit out of her contact zone, that's where it becomes a bit harder. That's where Sarah has to dial down and
Point.
her power, and that's going to suit Izzy just as much. So if I was Izzy here, obviously she's got a few on the ball.
3-9.
She needs to keep that roll going, but she needs to slow the ball down, change up the pace a little bit. Don't play what she's traditionally used to, obviously being the
Side
most
out.
dominant player in Armenia. You know, she'd be playing this game. She needs to pull out plan B against Sarah.
9-3.
Often
Side
you'd
out.
be quite surprised how much just putting an extra ball in against these top players, those
Hold.
top seeds, is going to put pressure on them. A lot of the time we'll go out there playing someone as good as Sarah, and we'll be like, oh, I got to outplay them, and you try to play
3-9.
12-10s out of your game. It's not possible. It just genuinely isn't possible. So you need to actually go, no, let me just put that ball in. Let me make a play. And you can see Izzy's starting to make Sarah play. She's just making a couple unforced errors, but that's enough. That's good. You know, that's 4-9. She's coming back in. That's going to help Izzy
4-9.
gain a little bit of confidence in a game.
Yeah, what I can see is Izzy was really playing Sarah's game,
Yes.
right? And
Point.
so now the momentum's shifting
Time out
with that.
receiver. The score is 5-9.
And you see Sarah Dennehy rarely take a time out. She's taken a time out because Izzy's starting to play her game.
That's it. And you could just clearly see just before that time out there, what Izzy did, dial down a bit of the power, rolled her forehand, cross-court, nice mid-court cross, pushing Sarah on the run, but having to move forward into that ball. Sarah's feeling that. No doubt these players are going to be feeling the heat there. Sarah choosing to jump underneath the tent there.
Izzy's not, she's in the sun.
And Izzy's, yeah, she's like, give me a bit more of the sun. I like it. Us Melburnians, we're up for the sun. We won't get much through the year, so we'll take any sun we can get. Come back a little bit more tan.
Again, we talked about earlier in the program, travelling. Sarah, you know, she's been very, very busy, whereas Izzy's been in Melbourne, you know, not so big a flight home.
Yes, yeah. And obviously Sarah's only probably rocked up a couple days ago from Vietnam. So she, again, some of these players coming from Hanoi, they're probably a bit rattled. Whereas Izzy is, you know, she's locked in. She's like, I've got nothing to lose here. First singles back. Let me test my body. See what I can do. Learn my game a little
Sarah
bit.
got 1 timeout. Izzy got 2 timeouts. Time in. 5-9.
If I was Izzy here, I'd be going, okay, here's, you know, I've got Sarah on the ropes here. Gained a couple points. She's obviously called a timeout.
Oh, that goes
Point.
wide. Some net love for Isabella Papazan.
So 6-9. That's very quickly turned around from down 0 to 9.
6-9.
Yeah, Isabel, she'll be happy with this.
There is 7-9. And
Point.
So Sarah's definitely much more rattled now. After those
7-9.
points. She's getting into her head, talking to herself.
Oh, that one's a bit
Side out.
wild.
This is where Sarah needs to go, okay, let me dial down a little bit. I've played some great pickleball here, but obviously Izzy's picked up.
9-7.
Let me go back to what my game is.
Yeah, Izzy's picked up the pattern, right?
Yes. So let me not go for 9-10. So let me go 70% pace. There you go.
Point.
Because she knows what she can do well. She just needs to get to that net. That was really, really well played from Sarah there. Great serve as well. 10-7.
10-7. Point
Ooh,
in
change up in
game.
the
2
serve.
minutes, ladies.
She changed up the serve. Yeah, that's really interesting. So she's just been hitting long, hard serves the whole entire game 1 and then wins it on game 2, game 1 on a short serve. We're going to take a quick break ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for game 2.
energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Game 2.
Whoa, welcome
Timing,
back.
0-0.
Quarterfinal women's singles. Sarah Dennehy furthest from the camera in the brown and cream. Isabel Papazan, purple, closest to the camera. Sarah taking out the first game 11-7, but Dan Cusi, Izzy had a great comeback.
Point.
She did, yes. So we were talking about it in the first game where Izzy was just trying to outplay Sarah in Sarah's own game. And that's no doubt Izzy's plan A. But when you're playing against someone like Sarah, she's obviously going to be much better at this game.
1-0.
You have to go, okay, well, let's look at the figures here. Let's look at the facts. Let me bring up plan B. I need to slow down the play. I need to make it more uncomfortable for Sarah to play. Not to my comfort levels, but make my opponent a bit more
Side out.
uncomfortable. And as soon as she started doing that in that first game, she came back, getting Sarah a little bit frazzled, making her call a timeout.
Well, that was a great drop shot
0-1.
there by Izzy. Again, changing the look up that she's giving Sarah on the other side of the court. Oh, she won't
Side
be happy
out.
with that.
This is
She
good
got the
though.
hard one.
Yeah, she got the hard one. It's always the easy one.
1-0. Side out.
Max Manthau played for Bondi MLP, and I did a couple of pro sessions with him before the PPA and the MLP,
0-1.
and he said it's not your first shot that's going to win.
Side
It's
out.
always going to be that second shot. So you think you've hit a winner, or you congratulate yourself for a great shot, but that ball, especially at this level, is always coming back.
That's it. One of my long time client of mine in my lessons, you'd be familiar with the 5-ball drill, and I often will throw the first 4 balls side to side, and the 5th ball is the middle
Point.
one that you got to put away. And I always question the client. I'd be like, what's the hardest ball? Because you're running side to side for 4. It's actually
2-0.
the easy ones because you just know where you're going to go. You know what you're going to do with that ball. The hardest one is that easy one at the end that you've got to actually go, okay, now I've got to settle, compose, and finish
2-0.
it off, right?
And there's just zero amount of time in between shots as well.
Exactly right.
Oh, fantastic. The Sarah Dennehy forehand again. An absolute ripper cross court.
Izzy's got a fantastic backhand slice that she brought over from tennis, and I'd love to see her use
3-0.
that a little bit more. She seems to be getting really stuck with those 2 hands on the backhand, which she's got a great backhand, but that slice is going
Replay.
to change
Call
up
it
the
again.
pace, change up the speed for
3-0.
Sarah, not make it too comfortable for her. Couple missed serves
Side out.
from Sarah there. If I'm counting correctly, I think that's her 4th missed
0-3.
overhead serve. So it's worth going for the serves, but there is a limit, and I think 4 starting to stretch
Point.
a little bit too high. I mean, obviously Sarah's serving big to open up her forehand on that 3rd shot, but maybe she just needs to just
1-3.
take 10% power off, just to make sure she's getting those, not giving away those free points.
Side out.
You can see Isabel there, Dan, just again, as you said earlier, rushing that backhand and really
3-1.
leaning into it.
She's feeling that pressure from Sarah. She knows, I've got to close these corners up quickly, but she's got to complete that shot first.
Yeah, that's
Side
a better
out.
backhand from the baseline by Izzy.
If I was Izzy, I'd be slowing down here,
1-3.
taking some deep breaths, capitalising on these unforced errors that Sarah's pulling out of at the moment.
Better backhand.
It's a great backhand. Ooh,
It was wide.
good hustle
Point.
there. We were talking about it's the easy one that's the hard shot, right? Sarah did everything to get to the net. She got to the net. She got the ball she wanted. saw Izzy fall out of the court, so she was definitely off out of from the shot.
2-3.
Great hustle by Papazan, though.
She loves that. She loves the intensity. She'll be sliding around in the splits, left, right, and centre. It's good to see her moving like this. It means she's like loosened up now.
Oh!
She
Side
seemed a
out.
bit stiff in that first game, and now that she's moving around the way she is now, we know Izzy's back. She's ready. She's dropped that pressure. She's now swinging.
3-2.
Yeah, she's a confidence player as well. So, you know, whereas Sarah just the ultimate professional pickleballer. Nothing phases her and she'll just
Side
get
out.
back. But I know Izzy, you know, again, she's just tapping back into the pro tour here in Australia and having that confidence, regardless of the outcome of this particular match here, I think she's going to come away with a lot more confidence for the next
2-3.
PPA tour.
Yes, yeah, I definitely agree. And as we mentioned earlier at the beginning of this match, this is Sarah's first match in this tournament. And so different
Point.
conditions from Hanoi. She played Hanoi last weekend. The ball's going to fly a little bit differently. It's always hard in the first match. There's a lot more pressure. Whereas Izzy had a great win against Taya Cross in the first match. She's
3-3.
running with confidence. First singles back. Be interesting. This will be a confidence boost for Sarah as well.
Point.
To get through this one.
Timeout. Timeout. Receive it. Score is 4-3. Thanks, Izzy. Over the ball.
Right, again, great hustle there by Papazan. Staying in this match, we are 4-3 as Sarah Dennehy takes a break. We're going to take a quick break ourselves, Dan, and we'll be back shortly.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit. In the bounce. It's in the crowd. The people holding their breath and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
All right, welcome back. PPA Pickleball Tour
3.
Australia, Moreton Bay,
3.
Queensland.
You're on 3.
Quarterfinal
4,
time
sorry, other way
here,
around, 4-3.
halfway
You
through
got one timeout
game
remaining.
2, with Sarah Dennehy taking out game 1. It is now
Time in.
4-3 to
4-3.
Papazan. Isabella closest to the camera. Oh, 2 net rolls there for
Side out.
Dennehy, Dan. The Yola net having some favour for Dennehy there.
And YOLA obviously being a major sponsor
3-4.
for this PPA in Moreton Bay, the PPA125. Some high quality nets in play.
Stop it.
Wow.
Dad, Cuzzy, did you
Side
see
out.
that defence by Papazan?
You're right.
She's like a goalkeeper in soccer, isn't she?
She was ready for the way she reacted. She played an incredible
4-3.
volley from that. And I think everyone was in shock.
There's that
Point.
backhand slice you were talking about, yes?
That's it. That's it. You can see how it cuts the ball. It just sits down in the court, digs into the court. There's not much Sarah can do.
5-3. Side out. 3-5.
3-5.
It's a great attack there.
Point.
Yeah, look, I know Sarah's obviously under the careful eye of Ben Costin there, and I'm no doubt he's given her some great patterns. But if I was Sarah, just watching from the sideline here, you know, I'd probably be trying to favour my
4-5.
attacks into Izzy's forehand because her backhand is so solid, and she catches it quite late on the forehand side, and that will open up a lot more on the backhand side.
She's got it back. And that goes long.
Side
Great
out.
hustle. Great hustle from Izzy there. we're talking about this. She gets fired up. If she's
5.
moving around
Izzy?
the way she is, she's got nothing to lose. She's loose as it can be. It's pretty worn out, but she loves
5-4.
She loves it, yeah.
Point.
This is a fantastic display by Isabel Papasan. You know, how hard is it, Dan, when you're looking at the draw and you're
6-4.
thinking, oh my, I'm coming up against, you know, Sarah Dennehy, one of the best singles players in the Oceania Asian region. How much does that
Point.
play on your head, being a pro player?
Yeah, look, I think in Izzy's position, it'd be, you know, there'll be a slight of feeling of, oh, what a draw that I got. Just happened to
7-4.
face off Sarah the second round into women's singles. But then once you kind of accept that, you're like, hey, well, now I can go in and got nothing to
Point.
lose. I've had a great win.
Okay, that's a great way to
And-
look at it.
And Sarah's probably going to be feeling the pressure here because she's going to be
Timeout.
having to have the
Thanks, Izzy.
expectations on her
Timeout.
shoulders.
Score is
It's
8-4.
also her first match in this tournament. So there's going to be some nerves. And, you know, Izzy being up now, I think if I was her, just keep that solid game, stay focused, no silly unforced errors, just focus on putting pressure and making that ball back in. We're talking about that in the first game there.
Yeah, no, you're right. She seems to be absolutely dialed in. And just a reminder to the folks watching back home that PPA Pickleball Tour Australia points accumulate for the global pickleball. So Izzy will be looking for points. As you said, even the back drawer are looking for points because it gives you momentum for your starting lineup for the next PPA Tour.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Every point matters. And, you know, that will help. That will be the difference between making qualifying or being a seed in the main draw. And that will change your draw and the way it lines up. Obviously, Izzy, this is her first PPA this year. So she's coming in with no points. So that win against Taya Cross would have given her some points. She's no doubt wanting to put a bit of pressure here on Sarah, although Sarah probably doesn't need the points as much. She'd be keen for that win. She needs that win under her belt. She'd be fighting off for
No more timeouts.
global
Izzy, you got
PPA
your 2
points
timeouts.
into
Time
the
in.
PPA championships at the end of the year.
8-4.
Yeah, now just an update from Championship Court. Caitlin Hart has taken out the first game against B. Massey,
Point.
11-6. That's a surprising start for me. I thought, you know, B. Massey, again, one of our single specialists in Australia. But Caitlin, she's had some big exposure lately,
9-4.
playing some big games over in Asia.
I always thought Caitlin is a quality player, a really dominant player. And
Side out.
naturally, you know, as we all do, I felt like
4-9.
she went through a bit of a lull period the last few months, and it's good to see she's starting to pick up that confidence again. She's stuck through it, and she's probably on the way up now.
Point.
All right, finding lines is Sarah Dennehy there, and a thumbs up by Isabel Papasan,
5-9.
acknowledging that it was a great shot. Do we
Point.
see a couple of slower balls now from Sarah, and then it seems like slower, and then the attack? Would you say that's right, Dan?
I think so. I think Sarah's...
6-9.
I don't know if it's intentional or maybe Sarah's feeling the fatigue in this heat. She definitely looks very worn out on being closest to the commentary box right now. Izzy looks way fresher on the court right now.
Side out.
You can see Sarah's just, even her body language, she's just like a little bit worn. I mean, she's probably been through these situations
9-6.
before. She knows what to do.
Point was
Were
on.
you down in Sydney for the first one of 8 PPAs?
Yes.
you
Yes,
were.
I was.
What was the temperature like down there?
Very different conditions. We were
Okay.
indoors, and
10-6.
although it didn't really heat up until mainly Sunday.
Point in game. 2 minutes, ladies.
There we go. Izzy's got the second game.
Yeah,
Very solid.
that's a great result for Isabel Papasan. And we are tied up at 1 apiece. We'll be going to a third game here in the women's quarterfinal. We will take a break and we'll be back in about a minute or so.
energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Welcome back, PPA Pickleball Tour Australia, Moreton Bay, Queensland, powered by JOOLA. Not only is the temperature heating up as it reaches almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Dan Cousy, the heat on court between Isabel Papazan and Sarah Dennehy. This is big going into Game 3.
Yeah, look, I mean, the benches, the crowd is filling up those benches, and it's funny how you can see the divide there. You can see all the Victorian players sitting just behind Izzy's bench, and you can see the Apex crew and the Gold Coast players sitting behind Sarah's bench. It is a feisty match.
There you go.
Point.
There's that lovely slice volley you like so much.
Yeah, it's so good. And Sarah is just a bit frazzled now.
2-0.
Now that she's down, losing that second game. We saw actually her
Side
coach
out.
Ben Costin bring out 2 bags of ice on the on the end of game, between the sets.
0-2.
It seems like she's finding this heat, whereas Sarah is really struggling with the temperatures on court right now. It's not really.
Side
although
out.
these are Sarah's normal temperatures that she's used to, that she trains in. She obviously is a bit worn out from Hanoi, I would say.
What a
2-0.
ripping backhand there by Isabel Papazan.
Yeah, she's structuring the whole play around that backhand.
Stop it!
Point.
That's a hot shot.
Oh, there's some love there for Isabel Papazan. What an amazing shot. Again, that backhand slice, little chop.
Yeah,
Time
there's
out.
Sarah calling timeout
Yeah,
again.
Time
I'm
out.
loving the fact that Isabel is actually playing pickleball right now. Okay, so she's not doing where she got the first part of game 1. She was really caught up in Dennehy's game, baseline to baseline, traditional women's singles. Whereas Papazan, gift to her, started really mixing it up, taking the pace off, couple of drop shots here and there. What are your thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, I like the change up here from Izzy, and I think it's so important that she continues this push through the third game. The fact that she's come out thinking, hey, I've got nothing to lose now. I know what my game is, and I'm going to stick to that, what my guns are, and it's working in her favour right now. We don't want Izzy to kind of start feeling, hey, maybe I've got this game, and then start to think in her mind going, maybe I can beat Sarah. Those sort of thoughts are going to start frazzling her a little bit. She's going to go
15
more.
seconds.
And probably Sarah's probably thinking, let's hope Izzy can start thinking that.
I know Isabella
3.
is quietly confident in her ability. She knows that she is good enough to be here. She's good enough to be on the podium of any PPA Pickleball Tour Australia. We spoke earlier how she's had a bit of time out being overseas, setting up pickleball in Armenia.
Sarah got 1
now
time
back
out.
in
Izzy got
Australia.
your 2
Again,
time outs.
regardless
Time
of
in.
this outcome,
3-0.
she'll come away with some great confidence here.
Yes, yeah,
Point.
no doubt. I think she's so deep in this match that I definitely think she would not be happy if she loses it. She really wants this match just as much as Sarah now. It's such a
4-0.
level playing field on this court.
And,
Point.
we spoke about earlier as well, she's got nothing to lose.
No, she doesn't. I'm just seeing Sarah, just such a shame she's backed out of her drive now. She's just rolling that ball nice and deep, trying to get the point started. She's just missing your returns here.
5-0.
There's another
Point.
return. That's a
1
great
minute
serving
swap
from-
ends.
So, Dan, what is Isabella doing with this serve now? Like, has she changed up her serve? Can you notice any change in her serve? What's happening apart from Sarah's timing? Because Sarah's a pro, right?
Yes.
So is he putting spin on it? What's going on?
To be honest, from what I'm seeing right now, I haven't seen much difference.
Okay.
The only difference I could probably assume would be the fact that Izzy's probably a little bit more relaxed. She's moving around. She, like we were talking about in the second game, she's active. She's moving around. That fires her up. That releases a little bit of that tension. She's probably just loosened up her arm and shoulder, and that's probably kicking through the court a bit more than Sarah's expecting. But yeah, Sarah just seems like she's going through something here. She really, pushing her body to the max.
And, the Franklin X40 ball, we note that it gets softer. Is that right? As the day has gone on and it gets hotter and hotter here in Moreton Bay, Queensland. Not much bounce in that ball.
No, not at all. And I think, if anyone, it actually would favour Sarah a little bit more with her drives. As she gets down, down so well, so low.
6-0.
She lifts that ball so well. And she's got a very eastern forehand grip, so that will help her lift the ball up a lot more if it is low.
All right, that's one of the first service errors we've seen from Izzy.
It's in the budget, like we say.
Yeah.
She hasn't missed many. It's her first one. She's up in this game. Why not go for the serve?
Oh, that goes.
Point.
Oh, that was good.
Sarah's turned up the intensity here. She's
1-6.
playing different intensity now. She's on the scoreboard in the third.
There you go, running around that.
Oh, what a point.
Point.
Yes, Sarah's in this to win, isn't she? Yeah, she's just starting playing her game now.
I think Sarah did not expect that ball to come back a few shots ago.
2-6.
She's like, oh, wait, I've still got the point going. I've got to keep going.
We talk about men's singles being cat and mouse. I think this is cat and mouse mind games at the moment in the women's singles.
It is. And it's not actually them going at each other. It's more so what's going through their mind.
3-6.
They're playing mind games against themselves here.
Side out.
6-3. Izzy's probably going to want to get a couple points here on the serve on this, just to kind of get
I
back on
totally
top.
agree. Yep.
6-3.
Big deep serves. She's just rolling that serve now.
That's
Point.
She'll take it. I'd like to see Izzy really go for this serve here. Go for a little bit more
7-3.
depth. Push Sarah back on the baseline. She's playing those short
she's
serves.
doing the short serves.
Point.
8-3. And I have a feeling that's an indicator from Izzy that she might be a little bit nervous. She might be feeling, hey, I might get
8-3.
this top seed here. And this is where Sarah's probably going to be capitalising, going, okay. Now I put my pedal on the metal, right? Izzy, for the first time in this match, she's starting to talk to herself. She's telling herself off.
3-8.
She definitely feels like she can win this match, and she's
Point.
starting to get a little bit nervous.
Yeah, so Dan, from your perspective as well, when you are up
4-8.
6-0 in the third, you don't want to get rushed to close it out, right?
Side out.
Just take your time and not panic.
Go back to what was working. Focus on what's working. It's really easy to get
8-4.
ahead of yourself, and then also doubt yourself. And those are the two extremes you're going to be going through mentally in Izzy's position here.
Point.
That must have just fallen out.
Just long.
Timeout.
So
Timeout. 9-4.
9-4. Papazan, that is an important point for her, and this is Sarah's second time out in this third game. Sarah Burr always says to me, Dan, you can't take them with you, so you might as well have your timeouts.
Yes, that's it. That's a good way. That's a good analogy, especially probably not when you're up. When you're up, you don't want to stop your momentum.
Yes.
But when you're down, use those timeouts. You have 2 timeouts for a minute. You've also got your medical timeout for a legitimate reason.
Mm-hmm.
You can use up to 3 minutes there. So in Sarah's case here, I'd be using them. I'd be doing everything I can. If I'm not playing well, I'll be doing anything I can to frazzle Izzy. I saw Izzy slightly glancing over at Sarah here, side-eyeing her a little bit, just checking on her how she's feeling in her timeout.
Oh, yeah, I can see the
15
side
seconds.
eye
Yeah,
too.
yeah, she's just checking on her. How's my opponent feeling here? Izzy's locked in.
Yeah, Sarah Dennehy's looking rather
Sarah,
locked in
no more
and
timeouts.
determined as
Izzy,
well.
you still got
She's
your
an
2
absolute
timeouts?
fighter, Sarah.
Time in. 9-4.
Yeah, nice.
That's the
Side
play I
out.
was talking about, where Sarah's just going to approach onto the forehand of Izzy. Get Izzy popping up on that backhand corner, because she won't stay down low through that forehand as much as she does through her backhand. So it doesn't hurt Sarah as much, and that can open up that
4-9.
left side. She did just that. Well played.
Oh,
play.
phenomenal get by Papazan, but well read there, Sarah Dennehy. This may go down to the wire.
It definitely is right down to the wire.
5-9.
Very exciting match.
Point.
Our viewers all around the world are probably biting their nails as right in front of their screens as we are here in the commentary booth. Sometimes I think the crowd is going to
6-9.
feel more pressure than the players do.
Let. I heard a let. Replay. 6-9.
Point. The easy one, and that's the pressure just creeping back on her.
Will Izzy take a timeout, I wonder? 7-9.
7-9.
Izzy needs to pick up the intensity, whatever it does. I feel like she's dropped off. I feel like she's hoping for some free points like that.
Side out.
I think she just...
Is that a
Backed
gift from the pickleball gods?
9-7.
Right now it is,
Yeah.
yeah. It's 9-7 serving on the third. Here it is.
Point.
Match point for Izzy.
10-7.
Well,
Yeah,
that
she's
is
got
the
it.
absolute
She's got
upset and maybe the biggest upset all weekend.
Hello.
Isabel Papazan takes
really
out
good game.
quarterfinals Sarah Dennehy in 3 games. Congratulations,
Wow.
Isabel Papazan. That is a massive victory for her, taking out one of Asia Oceania's #1 singles player in Sarah Dennehy.
That is a big win, a massive confidence booster and a massive win for Izzy. You know, maybe I'm a bit more Melbourne biased, but us Melburnians, we're coming for you, Queensland. We're knocking out some of the top seeds. Obviously,
Hey.
Sahil taking out Harry.
They're fighting words there, Dan. I'm a true Queenslander myself. So we are going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more action here at the PPA Pickleball Tour Australia, Moreton Bay, Queensland, powered by JOOLA. Just remember, there's $15,000 US dollars up for grabs. We'll be back shortly with more live action from Centre Court.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight.
Welcome back to the PPA Tour Australia here in Moreton Bay. We've got singles day. We've got the quarterfinals of the women's singles kicking off here. We've got Andy Dickersavage versus we've got Brittany Yang. So what a lineup we got for the quarterfinal.
Yes, so I've just been chatting away to Brittany Yang. And she is originally from Atlanta in America, married a Kiwi, and has been living in Wellington for the past 10 years. Just straight off a PPA Challenger Tour in the US where she did 2 major events and also was drafted, I think, as a sub or had some time doing MLP Challenger in the States as well.
Wow.
So currently New Zealand champion. And she is keen to play every pickleball tournament that PPA are putting on here in Australia.
I love it. So Brittany's obviously a fresh face here in the Pickleball Tour Australia. So it's great to see some change up. Some new competitors coming in. I'm sure all the female players they've got a small field. So they've probably been used to playing each other over and over and over again. And having someone fresh, someone new, shakes up the field a little bit more, right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree. And of course, we often talk about exposure too, exposure to different styles of play. So I'd suggest, Brittany being exposed to the Oceania Asian sort of style of play that Andy Dickersavage, who again,
0-1.
PPA Pickleball Tour singles champion, and always has deep runs in the Asia Tour as well. Be great opportunity for Brittany and great for Andy to have someone different to play against as well.
That's it. And I don't know if you would have heard Andy coming in. She just arrived yesterday from, I believe, KL. So she was on the Titans Tour with the best of the best with those JOOLA athletes, likes of Ben Johns, Anna Bright, Tyson McGuffin. What an experience for her.
Oh, absolutely.
She'd be still buzzing from that opportunity.
2-0.
I'm jealous just talking about it, thinking about it. So, wow. And well-deserved for sure. So, we've seen a few interesting upsets today, mainly for players coming from the PPA in Hanoi. Obviously, a little bit worn out, a little bit tired. We've had Harry Brown go down earlier today to Sahil Dang. We've just had Sarah Dennehy, unfortunately, losing 3 against Izzy Papazian. Also feeling a little bit fatigued on the court.
Katie Hart broke that streak though. She's straight off Hanoi as well, and she's taken down B Massey on the grandstand.
Okay. So I don't know what Katie Hart used to fall asleep yesterday, but I want some of that. If she's full of energy there.
Maybe she flew business class home.
Maybe.
5-0.
Maybe.
All right, best of 3 games here, first to 11. Andy Dickersavage there dominating both from the baseline and the non-volley zone as she does.
Yeah, and a really strong start here from Andy. 5-0, 6-0.
6-0.
We're in this first game. This is Andy's first match.
And Brittany's as well.
Yep. For the tournament.
Yes, she had a walkout the first round.
A walkover, that's right. Emily Martin. Unfortunately, I was just chatting to Emily
called
Martin.
receiver.
She came up yesterday, but she was doing a bit of a strength training. We are going into a timeout right now.
Yeah, so Brittany's called one.
It's a good call, I think, at 6-0. But going back to Em Martin there, Em Martin I was talking to her. She was doing a bit of strength training last week and just tweaked her hammy a little bit in her glute, and she was on the way back. She was just recovering, and then yesterday went back out into training, just tweaked it again. She's not feeling. She's just going to be precautionate and take a bit of precaution and jump out of the singles draw there. So credit to her for coming all the way up. But unfortunate for her, which does bring Brittany Yang up into the quarterfinals. So both of these females playing, like you were saying, first match. And yeah, wow, Andy 6-0 up in the first game there. So solid.
Yeah, Andy Dickersavage in all white, closest to the camera. Brittany Yang furthest from the screen.
Alrighty, we're ready to go back in.
Okay, Brittany, you've got 1 timeout remaining in this game, and you've still got both your timeouts remaining in this game. Time in. 7-0.
Ooh.
Point.
I like the idea from Brittany, though, coming up to the net. Just too much of a backswing there, was it, Dan?
Yeah. Also, she
8-0.
dragged the ball a little bit over to her right side, and that's why she found that ball just pull outside the court on the right side of her.
Point.
And we were talking about this in the previous match with Sarah and Isabel when they were playing. How Isabel came out and she was trying to overplay Sarah
9-0.
with at Sarah's game, and I feel like Brittany's doing a little bit of that here. Naturally playing Andy, like you were saying, PPA champion last year. You're going to come out there, you're going to go, okay,
Point.
I need to outplay Andy. But sometimes just putting that ball back into play, putting a bit of pressure on your opponent, often a lot of seeded players
10-0.
get away with that, where their opponent just overdoes it just because of their name.
Point. And that's the first game, ladies.
What a fabulous
You've got 2
drop.
minutes.
Faultless first game.
Absolutely
from that
faultless. Dan, what makes Andy D such a formidable singles opponent in your opinion?
I think she's probably one of the females that uses angles more than ever, more than
Okay.
any other female. The way she opens up the court, everyone just, like, even myself, I'm a male player, if I was to play Andy, I'd be in shock. I'd be like, how have you managed to pull such an angle? I'm not even ready for that. And I believe a lot of the female players playing against Andy there are probably just feeling the same. They're probably hitting their spots. They're playing quite direct, hitting those lines. But Andy's finding those angles that gets them having to take a few more shuffle steps out to the side. So she's opening the court up a lot more.
So Andy, if folks at home don't know Andy, she's not the tallest of players that we have on our tour here in Australia, but yet she has amazing coverage, down to footwork as well.
Footwork and understanding of the game.
Yep.
I think she reads the game so well, and when she pulls the angles, she knows where she should play, where she should be positioned the next ball. She does play textbook pickleball. She does play very
Game 2, time in.
simple, so it's easy
0-0.
to read, easy to be positioned. It's the players that have a radical game that's, I guess, a bit more unorthodox, which will trouble Andy.
Again, fantastic cross-court angle there by Andy Dickerson. Now, interesting to note as well, Dan, Andy holds down a full-time job as well as being
0-0.
a professional pickleballer. I believe she's a sports psychologist.
Yes. So, yeah, I honestly don't know how she
Side
manages
out.
this corporate life as well as her pickleball. There's not many pros that have a full-time job, and a massive credit to Andy
0-0.
where she'll get up early in the morning, do her training, she'll still get her work done, and somehow get
Side
training
out.
in the evening.
Well, if you're going to have a full-time job and be a pro pickleballer, I think the sports psychologist would be the number one job.
0-0.
She can control herself. And if you've had a chance to check out Andy D's Instagram socials, she has some amazing tips for players to stay in the game mentally on and off the court.
Yes, she's a very big advocate for her own work, and probably often referred as Little Miss Happy.
Point.
I didn't know that.
On the tour. So, and you can see why. She's obviously one of the sweetest
1-0.
players in the female game in PPA. Always smiling, always happy, friendly to all. And I think that's one thing I've really enjoyed about the game of pickleball is, yes, on the court, you're going to have your battles and rivalry, but off the court, we're all friends. We're all going to sport together.
Yeah, great baseline grind there by Brittany Yang. Coming out on top.
Yeah, watching this game here, Andy's obviously playing her top game. And so Brittany
0-1.
is finding a way up to the net, which is great. And she's doing the right shots to get herself the opportunity. It's just that put away.
Side out.
So Moreton Bay being number 2 of 8 series
1-0.
here in PPA Australian calendar. Next up is Tweed Heads, and then we are off to Wellington, which is Brittany's hometown.
Side out.
So plenty of lead time, and hopefully Brittany will have that hometown crowd in New Zealand. I know the New Zealand crowd are very supportive of each other, and they'll be a different Brittany in
0-1.
Wellington for sure. Back at home, sleeping in her own, probably on her bed with her family. Yeah, sometimes it's much
Side out.
harder to be on tour, and obviously this is Andy's home as well, so she's, I believe, Brisbane or Gold Coast?
1-0.
Yep, Brisbane. So not
Sunshine Coast girl originally.
yeah,
My
that's
hometown.
lovely, beautiful part
Great
of Queensland.
shot, Brittany. Oh,
There you go.
beautiful
Side out.
setup. I
you
really
go.
like the patience there. And it was thought put into that little rally there. Can you explain that to the folks at home, Dan?
Yeah, she's slowed down the pace a little bit. She's moving the ball around
0-1.
a little bit more, playing a bit more shape. Again, she's starting to realise, hey, I'm not going to beat Andy playing her game. I've got to play a different sort of game. I've got to move the ball around. I've got to reduce the pace here.
Point.
Use this to my best advantage. Get Andy uncomfortable when she's hitting that shot.
Making those micro adjustments, isn't it?
It really is. It
1-1.
really is in this game.
Yep. Side out.
Wynn bringing that ball just back on the line there. Brittany correcting herself
1-1.
there.
Great serve, Andy. Yeah.
Point.
That backhand cross court double hand, it's so deep. It literally clears the net. I don't know if the viewers at home can see it, but it literally clears the net by millimetres.
2-1.
She gets right through that backhand there, Andy. And right, she starts off behind that backhand, and as she hits through,
Point.
just rockets past it. There's a bit of a secret. If like the lower the ball you can get over the net, the higher chance it's going to go in. So you can use power if you can
3-1.
get nice and low over that net, and you guarantee it's going to go in. You're not going to go long too often. And you can see how much lower
Point.
Andy's shots are coming through over the net, which means it's putting a lot of pressure on Brittany. She's really on that back foot when she's receiving those drives.
4-1. Side out. One four. Side out.
Brittany's forehand swing is quite large at the baseline. Would that be former tennis player?
I would assume so. With the type of backhand swing she's got there, no doubt she's probably been playing a lot of tennis. And
4-1.
now it's probably
Side
not going
out.
to suit her as much, especially with the limited space we've got at the base. Although it is an
1-4.
adequate amount for someone with a big swing and the wind coming against you. It will affect your
Point.
shot making. You'll have to catch that ball either early by shortening the backswing, or you're going to catch that ball late on your backhand. And looking at Brittany, I think she obviously trusts her backhand to be the
2-4.
weapon. She wants that on to feel confident on the court here against Andy.
Yeah, I love the fact,
Point.
Brittany, we've had a couple of different style of serves in the past few points, causing the error by Andy D.
3-4.
Yeah, I do like that change up from Brittany. Just trying to mix it up, trying to make it a little bit... That's a great
Point.
shot. Great
That's
spot.
phenomenal. It just was a banana bender, wasn't it?
It
And
was
curled
indeed,
in.
yeah. Just got way around Andy.
It was a Queenslander's
4-4.
shot, hey? I better stop trying to be funny, Dan. It doesn't work for me. Yeah,
Point.
fabulous. That is that backhand weapon you were talking about. Total control in the transition zone.
5-4.
Big change of rhythm here. Nice change of serve there from Brittany.
Point.
Definitely building that confidence, moving Andy a little bit more with that change of pace, which is what we're looking for.
Yeah, this is a different Brittany from game one.
Yes. Yes.
6-4.
Again, you said first game for her. Now, Andy's played a lot of pickleball in the past couple of weeks, being over in Asia.
Yep. Point.
And
Good
that's
call.
caused the timeout for Andy
Timeout
D.
called, receiver.
There you go. We're going to take a quick timeout ourselves, ladies and gents. We'll be back soon here at the PPA Moreton Bay.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pickleballers all around the world. Quarterfinal time at PPA Pickleball Tour. Dan Cousy in the desk behind the desk with me. This is a different game too here for Brittany Yang, closest to the camera
4-7
from New Zealand.
That's right. I mean, Andy came out firing with the 11-0 first game.
Point.
Just faultless pickleball. I mean, nothing Brittany did wrong there. It's just Andy was just on top of it straight away from that first shot. But I like how Brittany's come into the second game, changing the pace a little bit. She's not trying to outplay Andy anymore. That's a great point.
Point.
Pick up. Really well played.
Nice skates there by Brittany Yang, but unfortunately Andy D was able to read that cross court.
That's it. So 6-7.
6-7.
We've got a tight scoreline here in the second. I think Brittany's found her groove, and she's definitely testing Andy much more here. You can see the rallies are going a little bit longer. You can see Andy's actually starting to reach for a lot of the shots rather than they were in the contact zone that first game. So Brittany's doing a good job moving that ball around. Very hot conditions as well out here, so that ball's softening up and floating in that light breeze that we've got here in the box.
Side up.
Oh, Brittany won't like that one. Just a little bit of lapse in concentration. As you're saying, it's really hot out there. Baseline grind, ladies.
Oh, that's a great
that is
Brittany.
phenomenal.
Wow, what a point.
Wow. It's so smart to be able to change that pace, to read that ball. What a grind by both ladies.
Incredible point for both ladies there. Baseline to baseline. Both knew that it was such an important point.
7-6. Let.
Just.
Fault. Yep. Side out.
Let fault. Right, okay. So it must have landed in the kitchen.
6-7.
As you said, Dan, that was a big point.
Yeah, I think Brittany should have just taken a little bit more time after that point before she served.
Yeah, she had a little fumble on the ball as well. Yeah, that was never coming back, and that's why she is the New Zealand champion here, giving the Australian champion a run for her money in the second game.
Great to see Brittany's confidence come back up in this game. Yeah, when you're going down 11-0 against someone like Andy, who just played incredible pickleball, your confidence in the second game would be gone. You wouldn't be very confident. You'd be like, what am I supposed to do against this solid player? But
side out.
Brittany's come out here and she's moving the ball a lot more. She's now on par with Andy. Real scoreline is 6-7 here. It's very, very close. It could be anyone's game, and you can see the points are starting to stretch out. Both ladies are playing patient, high percentage pickleball.
Oh, huge forehand drive by Andy Digaslavich. You know, it's fantastic, as you said earlier. Different face. You know, these are different faces for Brittany to play, different faces for Andy to play. And, you know, from what I understand, Brittany is here to stay on the PPA Pickleball Tour Australia.
Yep. Side out.
Really well structured point there from Andy. Just missing that final shot
Other
with their
side,
forehand. Just overrunning
sorry. No, Brittany's the other side. 7-7. Side out. Seven, 7. Point. Timeout called receiver.
Brittany
have 1
just
minute.
having a bit of missed timing on the ball there, fatigue, and that's a timeout as she's called there, and probably a good timeout. We're going to take a quick timeout ourselves. We'll be back shortly with game 2 of the quarterfinal women's singles.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds.
All right, Dan Cousy, big second game
Ladies,
here.
you each have one
We
timeout
are
remaining in
halfway
this game.
through. I believe it's
Ready to go, Brittany?
8-7.
Ready to go there,
Yeah,
Andy?
it's a bit of a comeback here.
Time
I
in.
think Brittany was up
8-7.
7-4. Andy just sticking to her guns, playing patient pickleball, moving the ball around a little bit more, and that's helped to get up to 8-7 here. And
Point.
that is just some faultless pickleball there again. Just what we saw in the first game. Brittany's obviously had to put in the work to get those first
9-7.
7 points in the second game. And just a couple unforced errors letting Andy come back. Probably the fatigue coming in. It is 30 degrees out here on court, isn't it? It's a warm one.
Point.
And that brings up game point for Andy D.
Ten, 7. Side out.
Andy D can hit that ball so hard, can't she? Someone said to me she's one of the hardest hitters. Females.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with them. Yeah, I think the way she's positioning herself and the way she's putting her body weight through the shot, she's getting a lot of power through
7-10.
her shots, especially ground strokes on the baseline.
And is that early preparation?
It's early preparation, it's positioning, so being positioned right behind the ball so you can transfer your body weight through.
10-7.
There it is.
Point.
There it is. Andy
Game and
Dikasavage
match.
takes out the
11-7 in the
quarterfinals
second.
of the PPA Moreton Bay.
Thanks, Andy.
Brittany Yang, though, what a great experience for her here in Australia. And as we said, she's going to get a lot from that game too and just keep on building and building, right?
Yeah, indeed she is. I mean, this first game here in Australia in the PPA, she's probably learned a lot, especially in that second game. She was leading quite comfortably in that game, and obviously Andy turning it up. But, you know, for Brittany, she's got so much more time to prep and hopefully see her performing into the next events.
Excellent. Well, that is me, Jeanette Ward and Dan Cousy. We're signing off for a little while, I believe, and we'll be handing the reins over to Sarah Burr and Aaron Blitz for a couple of matches, and we'll return this afternoon. So stay tuned, everyone. Moreton Bay, Queensland, it is getting hot, hot, hot. As we go through the draws, we'll be up to semi-final times very shortly.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you waited for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready now.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you waited for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready now. I think I'm ready now. This is what you waited for. People ready to ride.
Welcome back to the Pickleball Tour Australia. We're here in Moreton Bay, Queensland. I'm Daniel Kuznetsov, and I'm joined by none other than Aaron Blitz. Blitzy, welcome.
Glad to be here. Always love coming to this event and always love commentating too. And two local heroes to Melbourne playing in this quarterfinal too.
It's a Melbourne action-packed lineup here. We've got Ethan Butts and Zach Rabovich, and you've got the two of us from Melbourne, so you're going to hear a lot of Melbourne stories with these two. How are we looking for this match? How do you feel? Obviously, on paper, we're probably going to be saying Zach's the high seed, but I've seen Ethan play some incredible singles. He's been playing, his drive has been incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I think he's improved a lot over the last 4 or 5 months. Like, just me training with him, like, he's getting a lot of purchase off his spin volleys now, all of this. And then Zach, this is his first singles event back after all his injuries, and he's looked really good. He's beaten some good players coming into this really easily. Well, if you think about prior to his injuries, probably the top 1, 2, 3 singles player in Australia.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, but Zach's coming in with a bit of a different mentality. He'd be coming in now knowing that his body's probably not incredibly fit for singles as it used to be, and he's probably doesn't have a lot on his shoulders, doesn't have a lot of weight on his shoulders here in these singles matches.
First point,
Point.
Ethan, he has been working on his serve. His serve is very
1-0.
hard to get back.
It is an absolute rocket.
Get
Point.
good volleys from Ethan there. I think he just needs that confidence early against someone like Zach.
Yeah, I agree. I think both are such strong players, but mentally they need a little bit of backing. And I feel like whoever can get on top with their mental strength can definitely dominate the match here.
Point.
Now we do have a best of 3 set match here, so we have seen a few momentum shifts today, especially with these conditions. It occasionally gets breezy here at Moreton Bay. The sun is
3-0.
shining, not a lot of shade on the court. We're looking at 30 degrees. Us Melburnians, we're not used to this sort of weather.
No, someone like Ethan's been training a
Side
lot
out.
indoors recently, and Zach does too. Luckily, he's travelling around to a lot of events.
0-3.
But yeah, normally, traditionally, very windy here. It has actually been pretty good. Like, the breeze is kind of nice, especially when it's about 30 degrees.
So, speaking on behalf of us Melburnians, how would you approach this match with these sort of conditions that we've got? Because we're not used to that. We're not used to this sort of heat unless it's in the summertime. Most of us are playing indoors, cooler climates. What sort of game favours these sort of climates here in Brisbane?
Well, the ball's definitely a lot softer up in Queensland compared to Melbourne, so you just know you're going to have to grind out extra points, or you're going to have to add a bit of extra purchase to your shots and hit harder, get that ball past.
4-0.
Especially these guys that can run, like Ethan Butson and Zach will just get to every ball if they can.
Side out.
That's what, like, I got to play the loser of this.
0-4.
And I know both of them can just make a lot of balls, which is not good for me.
Replay.
But we know you're extremely talented, so you'll be finding those spots
0-4.
and giving them a bit of trouble.
I've got no other option.
That's an incredible forehand. And the way Ethan moves around that, he looks like he's got so much time.
Yeah, young legs. I wish I was 22 again.
Well, those days are gone. These players playing off for 125 points.
4-0.
Bay PPA125, the second event this year. Obviously, Zach didn't skip the singles in Sydney. Ethan also couldn't make it. So this is their first, essentially, singles PPA, and they've had a good run coming up to the quarterfinals here. Both getting some tough matches, getting through some tough matches.
5-0.
Obviously, Ethan playing Oli Novic, a local youngster on the scene. And
Foot fault.
Gave him a bit of a
foot
run.
was on the toe was on the line.
Foot fault from Ethan Butson.
Just going for a little bit more than he illegally can.
You got to remember, Ethan Butson's coming off winning the Victorian Championships as well, so he can play some singles. He's looking good. But yeah, it's good to see Zach back on the court too, one of Australia's best
0-5.
players.
Yeah, I actually flew into town with Butson yesterday, and we were having a chat about his draw, and he was really confident with his game, with his singles game after, like you said, the Vic Open. And seeing his draw here, he feels confident. He's going out here
5-0.
today against Zach. He's like, I've got him. I can beat him, and that's a really strong mindset to start a match.
Another
Point.
big serve. I always struggle to hit Ethan's serve with the fencing's a little bit tight at the back.
Yep.
You need so much time.
6-0.
Yeah. So here, what would you be doing differently? Obviously, if you don't have as much space and you've got a serve
Point.
coming in like Ethan, that's an incredible passing shot from Ethan. But what would you be doing here, Aaron? How would you return Ethan's serve?
I'd be just looking at the skies a little bit. Just I'm praying a tiny bit. Just hope he can get that serve a little bit shorter. But if he just keeps nailing that line there, it's going to be hard for Zach to run in, especially off these returns as well. I think it's just going to be, you're just going to have to hit that ball on the rise
7-0.
and kind of get it as much as you can to Ethan's backhand. Seems like his forehand is really good right now.
That's a great shot
Side
there
out.
from Zach. He's found that spot, moving in straight behind that ball as well. Looking to close. He doesn't want Ethan at the net too long without him being there.
0-7. Point.
Yeah, well, speaking to Zach yesterday, I think he was kind of hoping to just get through this
1-7.
singles day, and like he wants to obviously do really well. But I think he just wants to get his body through, and because that's where a lot of his injuries have come from playing a lot of singles. Because it is a grind out there.
Point.
It is.
And you just got to look at his quads as
demand.
well.
Yeah.
It's hard to lug that around.
And you can see his left knee taped up, so he's already feeling a little bit of
2-7.
instability in that left side, isn't he?
That's just too good.
Point.
So I've noticed Zach's actually starting to move into that net a little bit more often to take over that point before Ethan has.
3-7.
Closing his angles before Ethan's ripping out that forehand.
Yeah, I think he just wants Ethan to feel kind of a bit rushed.
Just long. Point.
Put a bit of pressure on him.
It's always worth asking the question.
4-7.
We've got Paul Campbell refereeing this match.
Also a Melburnian, right?
Yeah. Vic Pickle. That's the word on the street.
Side
Vic
out.
Pickle.
Yeah. I was just talking to Jeanette earlier. We got to look out for these Victorians. We're taking charge here in Queensland. We've had a couple good wins from our Victorians.
7-4.
Sarah Dennehy going down to our Melburnian Izzy Papajan. And Sahil Dang, a good friend of all of us and a very close friend of Ethan Butson. He took out Harry Brown earlier today
Point.
as well.
I know, so huge wins, and I don't know what happened on the court next to us, but I know Aisha took a game off Danny Townsend, so don't know how that one ended
8-4.
up. Aisha losing that one in the third game.
Oh, Zach finding that
Side
line
out.
with that forehand.
That's
the way he's
scary.
moving and loading up that's left side, even though it's taped up. So he's probably just reducing a little bit of pain. But he's able to load up because obviously his forehand's the biggest asset to his game here.
But I think Ethan's done everything he could do to start
4-8.
this game here. Like, come out, hit some really good forehands, really good serves. Hopefully he can just kind of maintain that level.
Oh, that's a good
Point.
spot. That is a good spot. And obviously the scoreline shows that Ethan's now 8-5. He has lost a couple points, but he was comfortably up 8-2 in this game.
5-8.
He just needs to get that ball back on his side. He just needs to get side out, doesn't he?
Point.
Well, the biggest thing for like younger players and like upcoming players like someone like Ethan is being able to be
6-8.
consistent at this top level that he's playing at. Because like Zach, his floor is still very high.
Point.
So you have to be above that to
Time
keep
out.
beating him.
Timeout receiver. Score is 7-8.
It's probably a good time out
Thank
there.
you.
Missed return, missed ball.
Alrighty, so the players are going to take a quick break here. We're also going to have a quick break and hear from our sponsors.
energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds.
Welcome back to Moreton Bay, PPA125. We've got Zach Grabovich up against Ethan Butson. Ethan having a really good start in that first game, really teeing off, finding his spots, coming up to 6-0 and also an 8-2. But Zach's now found his groove. He's now 7-8. Ethan calling that timeout. What will be going through Ethan's mind here, Aaron?
I think he's just going to think, I need a massive return here, and probably to Zach's backhand, and just hope he can create something off that. That's where you get the opportunity now, coming out of the timeout, to think about what you're going to do. Oh, that's really good.
It's a
Sorry,
really good aggressive volley.
You know, remember, for Ethan Butson too, it's kind of hard coming into this match and knowing you're playing Zach, because Zach is someone that all these young players look up to down in Melbourne, and one of the top players in Australia. So Ethan, in his mind, is like, yes, I really want to beat Zach here. But there's also that respect level.
It's long. Well long.
And
Side out.
You know, you probably agree with me here. Zach's
7-8.
probably gone through a similar mindset, but just shifted the other way around, going, I was the best player in singles. I used to comfortably beat Ethan, and now he's giving him a bit of a run for his money. How would you be feeling as Zach here?
Side out.
Bit to handle, obviously bragging rights are going to be a big aspect to it as well.
8-7.
Yeah, I think Zach knows he just needs to ride the wave here. Ethan's just going to nail those forehands.
Well long.
Good.
Yeah.
But that's the risk that Ethan's running with. He has to serve big. He has to go for that baseline. He's just missed a couple inches.
7-8.
And you can go for your serve a little bit more in singles, isn't that right?
Well, he has to against Zach, especially. Like, he needs to have Zach on his back foot.
Side out.
8-7.
See what Ethan can do with his serve
8-7.
here. Oh yeah,
Point.
bit of come on there.
Ethan wants this. He really is picking up the intensity. He's noticed that he's just dropped it a little bit, made a couple of unforced errors.
9-7.
Picked himself back up after this timeout.
Side out.
Yeah, for Ethan, like, you really need to get this first game, because I feel like then you just get in Zach's head a bit, and then Zach understands the uphill battle. He's going to play another
7-9.
2 games to get the win here.
Yes.
And I think for Ethan, if he loses this one, I think Zach's just going to be all over it. Oh, wow, bang on the line.
Finding that
Side
line.
out.
He's on. And like you're saying here, it's a big momentum shift, whoever gets that first game. Especially if Ethan can pull off this game against Zach. He's going to be super confident coming into the second. He's got a little bit less to lose, a little bit less pressure.
9-7.
And all the pressure's kind of sitting on Zach's shoulders.
Ethan's just nailing forehands right now. I think Zach needs to find a way to get it to his backhand.
Side out.
How are you feeling now? You have realising these two players playing off this intensity. You've got to play off the loser now in the back draw, don't
Yeah, well, I hope they're exhausted. I'm going to be fresh.
You'll be praying for a best of three, proper 3-game match here.
It's nice and cool under the shade here at Moreton Bay.
We've got a bit of a cool breeze coming from the Bay side as well. How does that affect
7-9.
the singles game specifically?
Well, it just adds that little bit of variability. So, like, as you just saw in that last point, Zach's just waiting for that ball to kind of drop down and figure out if it's going to be wide or
Side out.
land on the line. Because I feel like that ball from the camera view is like the wind's pushing the ball to the right a little bit. Hence why Zach's like nailed the
9-7.
line a few times with a sweeping ball. Good shot.
Side out.
I feel like Zach, plus I always feel at Redcliffe here that it kind of feels a bit like uphill here from where Zach is.
7-9.
So I feel like he's going to enjoy being down the other end against Ethan's serve.
Hitting downwards, yeah. Although the sun will be in his eyes. We know right now
Yeah, wide. Point.
Not the same slant I've seen at some other venues in Victoria, especially Next Gen.
Are we having a bag at my home courts, are we?
No, it's all right. It's all right.
8-9.
It's a nice venue. Just I felt like there was a bit of a hill, but you guys didn't believe me.
Point.
Got there. I mean, Zach's level's just going to be just so steady through this whole match. Like, Zach hasn't played any bad points. Ethan's played some unbelievable points. Really good pickleball. But he obviously just missed a couple balls. Like, he just needs to make Zach play that extra ball there.
9-9.
Yeah, and obviously Zach would be coming out here trying to ride the waves, as you were saying, of Ethan's game and capitalising on those lull periods from Ethan's game, and then kind of respecting the moments where Ethan is playing great play.
It's long.
Just long.
10-9.
Oh, that is an
Point
incredible
game.
game point there from
2
Zach
minutes.
Rabovich to earn that first game at 11-9. We are going to take a little short break while these players have a breather, and we'll be right back with more action here at Moreton Bay.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
Welcome back to the PPA Tour Australia in Moreton Bay, the second event of 8 on the PPA Australian calendar. I'm Daniel Kuznetsov. I'm joined here by Aaron Blitz, and we've just had a thriller first game here between Zach Rabovich and Ethan Butson, haven't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, Ethan came out and was just lighting up the court with his forehand and serve. I think, and like I mentioned before, Zach's just found a way, kept his level where it is. Like, he knows he can be consistent with that level. For Ethan, that's mean he's beating Zach on a lot of those points, but he's got to keep it up. And he only missed a few balls just long.
And that was enough to give Zach a bit of confidence to run back in and get it. Because obviously we saw Ethan 6-0 up in that first game. Then he was 8-2 up. And they had a bit of, even, I think it was a 9-6 or a 9-7. And Zach's come back steaming at 11-9. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this game here.
Got there, what a get. Oh, yeah.
Wow, what a
rally.
point we've just had here. Wow, it just shifted in positions. Each of them just getting the ball back, getting back in play.
I definitely would have pulled a hamstring there. That was a lot of cat and mouse grinding.
Mate, it doesn't make us feel great, us old fellas, right?
Exactly.
We're not even that old, but like
same age as me.
yeah,
Nice,
the movement is incredible here. Wow. So I can definitely see here Zach really loosening up after that first game. He just needed that first game as a confidence booster, right?
Yeah, then put so much pressure on Ethan here to come out and get that game going from the onset here. And now, remember, he's got that uphill. I feel like the breeze is kind of coming in at him.
Yep.
So maybe his balls are going to feel a little less powerful.
Yep. So in Ethan's position here, what would be going through Ethan's head? Obviously, he was crushing that first game. He was playing lights out pickleball. He outplayed Zach in that first game with a lot of those points. And on paper, it starts to look like Ethan should have won that first game. He obviously didn't get through. What do you think his mindset shift would be here in that in the second game here?
I think he knows he just needs to come out and get these first few points, which he hasn't. But I think he's got to find a way off this serve, get it deep, and see a way where Zach kind of gets it back to his forehand. He needs to find out the pattern on his serve where Zach is going to return back to his forehand.
That 1-2 punch, and I just saw that here, where he served big serve into Zach's backhand, got that shorter ball, punished his forehand into Zach's backhand again, just earning it with the 1-2. Now, you don't often see that in the game of pickleball, especially in the men's game. But yeah, Ethan's strokes, especially from that right side, are really punishing, even against the wind, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's been it's just a little bit harder down this end, closest to camera. You got a little bit less space than you do where the end Zach is. So now Zach feels like he can unwind on those forehands and backhands and actually kind of run in. Ethan might just feel a little bit jammed here. Just on the line.
He's done the right play.
He's so good at just getting that spin on that forehand, and he can kind of hit that ball early or late, and can he kind of hits it on the outside of the ball to go down the line, or short across like he just did.
Yeah, Zach's got really good rolls. He can really drive to the ball and roll it. And what we're seeing here, the reason why Zach's playing such good quality pickleball is he's really consistent with his level, as you were saying in the first game. He's really good at just playing this consistent level and slowly ramp it up. Whereas Ethan, without a doubt, I reckon some points he's playing much stronger and much more aggressively in a, let's say better than Zach in some of those points. But then some of those other points he's losing, they're just, undisciplined sort of shots that you probably shouldn't miss. And I think if Ethan starts putting them back in, we definitely would see a little bit of a closer scoreline. Anyway, the boys are having a quick break here. We're going to move over and hear from our sponsors, and we'll be right back soon.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
All right, we are back here at Moreton Bay. We've just had a bit of an injury here from Zach. He's doing a quick medical break, and we're just going to keep going with the sponsors, and we'll be back very, very shortly. Stay tuned, guys. All right, welcome back to the action-packed singles day here at Moreton Bay. I'm Dan Kuznetsov. I'm joined here by Blitzy, Aaron Blitz. And we've had an interesting situation here. So, obviously, Zach came out dominant and really crushed out the first few points in the second game, 4-1, winning the first game 11-9.
So 1-4.
He did
1-4.
something went in his foot,
Timing?
didn't it, Aaron?
1-4.
He just needed a bit of a break, a bit of a medical checkup.
Yeah, I don't know if he just needed to have it looked. I don't know if he put any tape or anything on. I think it's just a little bit uncomfy. I think on his left foot there, he just went for that.
And you mentioned obviously Zach's coming from a string of injuries, including a fracture in that left foot.
Yes, so I'm hoping it's just a little bit uncomfy and it's not leading to something bigger.
Fault. It was long. It was long. So it's side out. Sorry. Yeah, high and flat. It was high.
So new rule in PPA Australia, obviously incorporating the US rule there. Ethan's just getting called out for a high serve, so you have to you have to have a volley serve. You can't bounce serve it anymore, but you can't throw the ball more than a ball's height or ball's width. So there's a certain amount you can only throw the ball up, and obviously
G4.
Ethan's just thrown it a little bit too high there. He was just had to give out the side out just because he's serving a little bit too high. Referees have the option to give a warning, or they have the option to penalise straight away. Isn't that right?
Yeah, well, in my match earlier on against Lockie Conley, he got picked up on his serve a few times. Luckily, I don't have to worry about that too much, but they're definitely looking for it this weekend, which is a good thing.
Side out.
I think the refs are really on top of it in Australia, especially with some like the overrules on line calls and stuff.
Yep.
Which I think is really useful because sometimes there's balls that are clearly in. Some referees are not confident enough to say something, and a lot of these ones are experienced and they are doing it. So I think it's really good.
Yes, so Paul Campbell here doing a great job. And obviously this is not only the only rule change here in the PPA. So what are some other rules that we've started experiencing this year, the PPA Tour Australia? So there's something with coaching as well?
Yeah, it's the coaching. You might know more about the coaching one, but obviously the replay off let calls off the serve. I had experienced that for the first time today because I wasn't able to make the Sydney event.
Yep.
Makes it it's got to kind of rejig your mind a little bit when you play, because you're just so
4-3.
used to the other rules and introducing stuff.
Yeah, and I like that let rule. I think it's a bit more fair. If you've seen a fair few points end,
Point.
a fair few points end where someone's clipped the tape of the net and it's just dropped in, and it's like, oh, like, I can't get
5-3.
to that. So it's nice to have that rule introduced. And then there's also the coaching rule, so you can actually allocate a specific coach. And the
Sorry,
player
now-
has to tell the referee, okay, this is my coach, for example. Blitzer, you my coach. And so you're allowed to speak to me between points as long as you're not holding up the game. So we're encouraging coaching, which
3-5.
is an interesting rule to introduce, and I think a lot of the players are for it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a few coaches
Side out.
floating around. Wes Vine, OG of pickleball, speak to him earlier. He was coaching against me.
5-3.
Lockie Donnelly, but it's good to see him, and he's helping some of the younger players here at the event. So, which is really good to see, because I think it's only going to be good for pickleball more we
Point.
have with coaches, and especially just strategizing, not just drilling and stuff off court, but all the stuff on the court. I think some of these young players need that one person on the bench they can kind of look at.
Yes, yeah, especially in the singles day when you're out there on the court by yourself and your
6-3.
mindset. It's always good to have someone there on your bench just supporting you and guiding you along the way as well. So very strong continuation here from Zach in the second game.
Just wide.
Even though he's just
Side
pulled
out.
a medical timeout to check
Oh,
his
sorry.
foot, he's still moving around as if he's okay. He's moving around like he's early 20s.
Exactly, he just moves so well all the time. And he's trimmed down
7-3.
a lot in the last 6 months. With the injury, big thing he wanted to work on
Side out.
was obviously shed some extra kilos, and he's looking
3-7.
really trim. He's hitting the sauna, hitting the bike. I know he's doing a lot of cardio.
Point.
Really good aggressive game. Ethan's probably going to be looking to turn this around as quickly as possible, firing himself up.
4-7.
There's
Point.
that forehand, big serve, big forehand. This means if you've got that in your bag, you're 75% there to being a really good singles player. Big serve, big forehand.
5-7.
Oh, there's another
Point.
one.
Another great one. Now,
Inside outie.
Blitzy, obviously, this side of the men's draw has opened up a little bit. We can see, I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but we've got Mitch Hargraves on Zach's bench, and unfortunately Mitch is feeling a little bit
6-7.
tired from the PPA in Hanoi, so he's decided to pull out, which has opened up Zach's draw a lot. So, I mean, not assuming Zach's going to win this match yet, but this side of the draw, right through
Yeah.
to the final.
Oh, some great running from Ethan there. But yeah, no, you're right. Mitch
Side
pulled
out.
out,
Anyway.
and then Ashton Chan, the third seed, pulled out. He's got a hamstring injury.
Yep.
Mitch is obviously staying with me and Zach. He rocked up yesterday, put his luggage in the place, went straight to his room and slept for the next 4 or 5 hours.
Wow.
So, got, I think, a little bit of a bug. There's a few people that
Feeling
played in Vietnam, obviously travelling so much, playing so much, been around so many people, you're bound to get sick. So I think Mitch doing the right thing, probably looking after his body.
7-6.
But yeah, it definitely has opened up this event for Zach and given an opportunity to some young up-and-coming players. Like you've got
Point.
Ethan Butson, you've got your brother Matt
Yep.
Kuznetsov, you've got Sahil, all these guys. Like Sahil just knocked out Harry Brown. That's a huge effort.
Yeah. So this is interesting because obviously the winner of this will play the winner of
8-6.
Daiki Tanabe and my brother Matt Kuznetsov. So, and that will be a semi-final.
Side out.
So it's anyone's game here in the PPA at Moreton Bay. So everyone, make sure you're sticking around.
Timeout. Score
We're
is 6-8.
actually going to go straight into a timeout here with Ethan calling timeout. A good time. We're going to hear from our sponsors and we'll be right back with some more action.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce, It's in the crowd. The people holding their breath and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Welcome back to the PPA Tour here at Moreton Bay. We're coming in at 6-8. Ethan serving. You're going down that first game 9-11 to Zach. It's a very tight second game, and we're just talking about how the draw will open up for these players, whoever gets through.
What a shot.
And, I mean, what a highlight shot there from Ethan coming out from the timeout, and it's like a scorpion smash.
Scorpy smash.
7-8.
Ernie.
Ernie,
I've never seen that before, but hey, there's a hot shot for you.
at work, Ethan was even surprised with that.
Point.
But
Okay. That was a good call for a timeout, I think. 8-8.
yeah, and he's back now. Like, and Zach missed 3
Eight,
serves
eight.
in a row too. Like, he's just giving Ethan an opportunity here. Missed a couple balls. Oh, he's
just
shanked
overdoing
2
it a
balls
little
too.
Santa, yeah, he's going for a little bit too much. And I've just noticed the breeze is picking up here at Moreton Bay.
9-8.
So that's going to throw another spanner in the works.
Ethan's coming through with some confidence here, just wide
Side out.
by Ethan.
I think he's just trying to do too much with that forehand volley.
And
I saw him undercut that.
Yeah, and I think he just needs to make Zach play and hit a ball right now. He's not confident in his stroke. You're just going to make a simple volley, make him play. See what happens here. See if Zach can make the serve. I just had the comment before. I said, mate, just get under it. Use the knees, get under it.
Let's see if he uses some of the blitzy tactics.
There we go, look at that.
Raise serve there to start the point.
There we go. Big. That's what he's
Point.
known for.
Big shots.
He tore his bicep about 3 years ago from going for a smash that big.
I'd
got a
have
lot of
PTSD
power.
from that.
9-9.
I
Yeah.
would never hit a smash that big again if I tore a bicep.
Point.
Yeah, I think he's playing some high percentage pickleball now, Zach. Like, he's just made sure he's hit that bowling to a good spot. If Ethan can hit a winner off that, it's just way too good.
Really good position here for Zach. He needed that side out. He needed those couple points.
Glad he listened to my advice. Got under that ball. He actually used his knees.
10-9.
So we've got match point lined up here for Zach.
Shake it there. Mitch laughing about that one. Just long. Oh.
Side out.
You just tell the skid on the line there a little bit. Must have caught the outside.
9-10.
It was nice of Zach to overrule that.
Oh, it was a big serve.
Whoa,
Point.
that serve was incredible. I mean, Zach could barely get that ball over, then it landed in the kitchen from the return.
Yeah, well, he ended up hitting it to a good spot. Like, you'd rather go to Ethan's backhand than his forehand right now.
10-10.
10-10.
Still anyone's game.
On the line again. Doing well. Oh. He's made it. Oh, it's in. Corner.
Still in. Wow. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, what a
just-
point. Couple lines.
just
Side out.
Incredible point from both players there.
Ethan
The hustle.
just on his knees trying to get some extra breaths of air here.
Yeah, he just stumbled when he hit that ATP there on the left side of the camera.
Time out. Serve it. Score is 10-10.
We're
thanks, Zach.
going to have a bit of timeout from players. But I think right here, Aaron, 10-10, it's anyone's game. And I think I hope Zach isn't beating himself down for that generous call on match point where the ball just clipped the back of the line. I think that was a fair call from him. And the last thing he can do is have that thought creep back into his mind, because he can outplay here and get this game.
Yeah, well, I think if Ethan got that really good battle that we had there at that other point, and they're both gassed from it. That's why Zach's called a timeout here. I think Ethan wins that. That's like a big hit to the psyche of Zach. So I think did well to get that one. Like they both nailed some lines. That was unbelievable. Seen some great shots. Like you mentioned before, it was like a Scorpy smash. Ernie.
Yep. Came out of timeout.
I've seen a lot of pickleball. I've not seen that shot before.
No, that was well placed, let's just say. Getting that ball back into play. So you're coming out here as Ethan. You're coming out on court, returning 10-10. You're down 1-0. What's your thoughts? What's going through your mind here, Aaron?
I think you've just got to avoid Zach's forehand right now. I don't know. I think he's finding success going to the backhand, but maybe just drill this return through the middle and see if Zach can create an angle off that. See what he's got. Sometimes you can jam someone up. Like Zach might be fully expecting he has to be on the reach for one of these balls. But
Both players have one timeout remaining
he might
each.
just kind of bunt it over.
Time in.
See what
10-10.
happens.
No doubt he'd be looking for a big serve here to push Ethan back, keep him back out there.
I think Zach's just nursing his serve at the moment.
Oh no, that's not a shot you want to be missing at
Point.
this time of the match.
Ball's definitely going to drop in. The wind would have just brought that back in.
Yeah.
11-10.
Bit of banter between the boys there. Zach thanking for the unforced error. Oh, and there it is.
Point game match.
That is an incredible match from Zach Grabovich. Well played there. 11-9,
Good game, guys. Some
12,
really great
10.
rallies in there. Well played.
Ethan, mate, credit
Fair
to
luck.
you for pushing Zach that much. It was anyone's game on that paddle. And yeah, that's sending Zach straight through to the semi-finals. He'll be playing off the winner again, whoever wins between Daiki Tanabe and Matt Kuznetsov. We will find out who else is coming on this court, and we'll come right back with some more quarterfinal action.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pickleballers all around the world. It is PPA Pickleball Tour Australia here. We are in Moreton Bay, Queensland, Australia, powered by JOOLA. My name is Jeanette Warden. Next to me, I have Dan Cousy here, who's going to be my analyst for the next quarterfinal men's singles. This is going to be a great afternoon, Dan.
I mean, Jeanette, I don't know if you know, the matches that we've had today have got anything to do with what the quarterfinal is going to look like, but I am excited. I'm buckling up. This is an interesting match. I think two very different game styles.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Two very different game styles. Brian's got one of the biggest drives in the men's singles game. The way he moves, the way he hits the ball and drives through the court, it is so hard to keep up with. And he's so loose and relaxed about it too. It's almost like he doesn't really care if it goes in or out, and I think that benefits his drive so much. And then you got Lucas, who loves that cat and mouse game, that loves to move the ball around and get it out of the position. He had a great win earlier, and you know, he's got that confidence. Again, Dan Fogel-Coolidge, the tough three-setter, no doubt's giving him a bit of confidence here.
Absolutely.
Brian Tran coming through with some tough matches, beating our local Melbourneian Ethan Chung. Now that was a really tight match. I watched some of those points, and wow, that was close. That was anyone's game. So seeing this men's singles
1-0
today, Jeanette, I think anyone should be winning this tournament.
We are playing best. Oh, there you go.
Side
Very
out.
clever shot. Best of 3. First to 11, win by 2.
0-1. Points.
It certainly hasn't got any cooler here in Moreton Bay, Dan, but the wind is constantly changing. Just speaking to a few players on my lunch break
1-1.
saying that it's very difficult. It's swirling around.
Yeah, it's almost like
Points.
the wind can't make up its mind how much wind speed it wants to put through it. So the players are dealing with that change of wind. It's changing.
2-1.
It's changing direction. It's changing speeds. I mean, you can even hear it through the mic here. It's just picked up.
Side
out
out.
of the blue. And so doubles court doesn't really matter too much. Like, it does move the ball around, but it's a little bit different. But singles, it's a
1-2.
huge factor in the game. It really evens it out.
Now, for the viewers at home that aren't familiar with Australian pickleball, Victoria is generally played indoors. Queensland, we have mainly outdoor
2-1.
centres. We've got a couple of new ones just opened up in late 2025. So, you know, getting used to these conditions. Obviously, Lucas, being a Queenslander from the Gold Coast, he's played at Redcliffe
3-1.
dozens and dozens of time, and everyone is aware that the wind is certainly very swirly because we're right near the ocean.
Yeah, indeed. And
Point.
I think Lucas is going to have that edge a little bit there because he's practiced in this sort of weather a fair few times. He's very familiar. Sydney,
4-1.
Brian coming from Sydney. Sydney's a bit of both. There's a lot of new indoor venues opening up, a lot of outdoor
Point.
venues, and Brian, I believe, would have started.
Is that timeout
outdoor.
call?
And no doubt a lot
Timeout
of
called,
Sydney
receiver.
siders
You have
are
1 minute.
mixing around the two
So,
conditions.
Dan, tell me about it. When you are playing in windy conditions here, I've seen Lucas have a couple of winners there by doing some drops and Brian mistiming the pace of the ball. Tell us about playing in wind. How does that work? How do you change your shots?
I think firstly you need to understand the direction of the wind because
Okay.
you can definitely use that to your advantage. A lot of players complain about the wind. There's nothing you can do about it, right? The wind's going to be here. How can you use that to your best strength? And so utilizing the direction of the wind. So what Lucas is doing here, he's against the wind. He's going to utilize his drops a little bit more. He's going to let his drops really die out. He can give it a bit more power, and it's still going to drag inside the kitchen closer to the net. And that's where you probably would have seen Brian missing some of those volleys that were just a little bit further in front of him than he anticipated because that wind held that ball. And it just dropped it in the kitchen.
So Brian is furthest from the camera in the black Fakalis shirt. Now, Isabel Papazon was saying that she was able to let the ball rip from the closest side of the camera.
Yep.
And when she was where Brian is, she found that the ball was flying out, basically.
Side out.
Yeah, so the wind is coming in from behind Brian right now, and that's I guess why we spoke about Lucas playing against the wind. He's utilising that, so it
1-5.
slows his ball down. But for Brian, it would. I mean, depends on the situation. If you're going to be nervous, you're going to find that ball fly. But for Brian, if he can just put a little bit more spin on his ground strokes, he's going to find that ball's going to have a little bit more pop.
Side out.
It.
Lucas Pascoe doing Lucas Pascoe things right now, dominating at the non-volley zone.
Yeah, he's
5-1.
holding that kitchen line really, really well, moving up all around, and I think this is the first time these two have matched up against each other. I don't think I've seen these two play a singles match.
Oh, too good.
Side out.
Brian Tran there.
So Brian Tran, a bit of a background, he was a national level tennis player. He played for Australia, he travelled around playing the Junior Davis Cup.
Wow, okay.
So he is an extremely talented
1-5.
racket sports player, and he's been in the game for probably about a year now, maybe just under a year.
Side out.
And he's made that transition really, really smoothly to pickleball. And whereas someone like
5-1.
Lucas has been in the game for a few years now, even though he's a young player, he'd be someone we'd classify as a
Side
veteran
out.
in the game
Yes.
of pickleball.
A 19-year-old veteran, right? So again, you know, we talked about really early in the broadcast this morning how the young players
1-5.
are coming through, and this PPA draw here in Moreton Bay is full of young players. Brian Tran's a classic example of that.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean,
Point.
for players' age, I think he's definitely young. For singles average age, I think he's probably on the older side.
Oh, right.
So he's, I believe he's 97 or 98.
2-5.
So he'd be 28 this year.
Looks
So
really...
he's very, very much a young player.
Side
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is 27. Maybe he's a bit younger than I remember.
5-2. Point.
So a couple unforced errors here from Brian. It's just unusual.
6-2.
I feel like he's a bit rattled. I think
Yeah,
he's just trying to adjust to the wind.
6-2 here. Nice little tidy lead for Lucas Pascoe.
Side out.
I think Brian just needs to get in the groove of this match a little bit more. I think he's just...
2-6.
He's had a bit of a break between his round of 16 and this match.
Yeah.
He obviously
Side out.
played his 3-set and finished before Lucas had even gone on the court in his previous
6-2.
match against Vogel Coolidge.
Okay, so definitely a bit of time there.
Point.
Yeah, so no doubt he's probably, in a way, a little bit rusty, a little bit tight now.